Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning show on Chelsea Perspective. We will continue the predicted lineup exercise where we're trying to analyze, the opportunity for each player and the possibility of them, being selected by Graham Potter as we try overall to predict the best 11 for Graham Potter, not minding who's injury and who's out as long as they're still capable of recovering and joining the team. So again, it will be a brilliant show, and we will talk about any emerging news that we see out there. If you're into chart, if you see any emerging news, now is the time to talk about it. So we'll talk about it before we go into the exercise proper. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, once again, good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening, but more importantly, blue morning to you all because it is the Blue Morning Show. More importantly, again, I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I recognize it's not the same time as everyone. Some are already afternoon, some evening, but it is morning for me. So again, we're back again at it. As it is the tradition here on a Chelsea Perspective, I will go take a look at what we already have in the chat. Say hello to the people there because they are the most important of people for this particular channel. So thank you, and let's get into it. Here we have again, like I said before, if you have any update for us, please do say it in the chat so we can talk about it. Except for the predicted lineup exercise, every other thing we'll talk about here will be driven by the audience and not the panelists. Leon Lane says a big up Blue Morning in the Kachila panel and chat. Blue Morning to you too, Leon Lane. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for always finding the time to join the show. That makes me that's very important to the channel, and we will try as much as we can, as best as we can, to end this as early as possible because there are games today. Yes, at Chelsea we're not playing, but there are games that people will most likely like to go and watch. So yeah, thank you for that, Liam Lane. And yeah, people, as you're coming in, please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. I can for a few days now haven't been able to hit 100. The most is 95. Let's try as much as we can to get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. The likes can help us reach a wider audience. So thank you very much again. Thank you very much for saying that. The feedback is important. Morning, coach. Morning to you too. It's Kami. I appreciate you finding time to join. Again, good morning, night, depending on where you are exactly. That maybe I'm going to steal that one. Everybody, again, a big up, coach. Hope you're well. I am well. Again, I hope you're well too, Chris CMC. Please do let me know that you're well. That means a lot to me. Here we have again, it's Kami and people just saying hello to each other. So thank you very much. Nightbot is he's back at work. Maybe he got his payment, but again, I don't know why he wasn't, at work a few days ago. But that's by the way. Here we have again this man here. We're hearing that AC Milan is continuing. They've continued to monitor his situation at Chelsea, and I don't blame them. And I don't think the truth remains. That brings to mind the argument that the last game, the two occasions he's gotten the opportunity to participate, that it's looked disinterested. He's looked like he doesn't want to be there because those were just such poor shot from him, whom you could argue most of us know is a very good shooter. So for AC Milan to continue to monitor the situation, it simply shows that they understand the player wants to leave and probably getting some positive signals from his camp. But again, if truly he wants to leave and is intentionally behaving the way he playing badly. That amount to sabotaging the team, that's very unprofessional of him. But I still doubt that's the case. But like I said, I'm not surprised that AC Milan is monitoring Hakim Ziyech's situation at Chelsea Football Club. Please pardon me. Let me take a sip of my coffee so I don't lose my voice. Again, as you're coming in, please keep liking the video as you come in. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, also, those two things do go a long way. So thank you very much for finding the time to participate. Give me a few seconds again. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Oh yeah. So yes, let me show you where we at with the lineup so far. The predicted lineup exercise. Um, so you're up to par with us. Again, no new updates. I haven't seen anything new. Actually, the news about Chelsea has dried up a bit. All we see is just, you could say, excerpt from a third ball is coming, and things that's come and gone. Again, no need to waste our time on that. So we're still working on the three. We just forget the structure of the formation. There's a chance the front three are flat, but we have to keep it. We just want to keep it this way at this point. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to pick the best 11, and this is easier to work with because Graham Potter, again, he's known to be very, very unorthodox in his approach and structures he used, the application and all that. So what we'll do here is just to keep it like this, even if the front three, even if it's a flat structure, if the structure is flat there at the front, it still doesn't matter to, to structure it like this. More importantly, is that one of the players here is a central, so that's very important. Thank you very much there, Chris. And my brother, again, Santiago Muno. How did I forget how to pronounce your name again? Santiago Munoz. I hope you're doing well, brother. He says, he says, morning to you too. Please do let me know that you're fine. That's important to us because you're a member of the community. And nice to see you. Atman Football TV. Good afternoon, Coach. Good afternoon to you too, Atman. How are you doing, brother? I hope you're well, and I hope your channel is doing well too. Again, when I make you a mod, you get the chance to share the link to your channel here so people can go check it out. Again, let me see. Choma Joseph is here. Again, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you too, Choma. I don't want Nick. Nice to see you here. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I sincerely do appreciate that. Again, as you're coming in, do take a second to like the video. Also, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, those things do go a long way for us. And like I've announced the other day, just quickly, let me talk about that and get it over with. Again, we've started, again, we've asked you to submit your entry for the Roman Abramovich tribute contest, where you get the opportunity to win $150 if your contest wins it. Again, the deadline for you to submit your entry is until the end of the month. After that, we will not be taking any entries, and that's only from those that are qualified. We have 8 participants whom we picked randomly during the shows. That was during the sale, or you could say the sanctions conundrum. So thank you again. If you can see what we have on the screen here, we came to the conclusion that probably most likely Kepa Arrizabalaga will be the starting goalkeeper. The logic being he's good enough. He's not just, you could argue he's just been quite unlucky. He had a poor form under Frank Lampard, which you could argue Frank Lampard did not handle very well. And again, until Thomas Tuchel came, he didn't have too many opportunities until Mendy traveled for the African Cup of Nations. He had the opportunity. He did quite well. But surprisingly to all of us, who followed, who are Chelsea fans, and so some of us, who be, let me say, would be objective about the whole handling of the goalkeeper selection process. You could say he wasn't treated fairly. Mendy was treated as a god. You could say to an extent he's made to believe that he could make 100 mistakes per game and still retain his place in the team. That wasn't fair. And that begs the question I asked them: what if anything happens to Mendy, and then you'd have and unhappy Kepa Arrizabalaga to come in and and deputize for him. It was risky. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. And we've had this conversation before on this channel, how it was Kepa Arrizabalaга's brilliance that made sure that we made it to the Club World Cup final. And then Mendy joined the camp, the Club World Cup camp, straight from AFCON, and took his place. And we were thinking, okay, maybe if we can, once we're back to England, that Kepa will be between the sticks for us for the Carabao Cup final. That didn't happen. Those two incidents alone, you could say will be enough, are enough, to, for his confidence to take a hit. But he's been professional with the whole thing. He's been you could say an exemplary professional, never complained. But I suspected, I thought he'd want to leave. And actually, he wanted to leave. Negotiations were on between Napoli and Chelsea, but the club decided to keep him. And I'm happy. I'm very happy they did so. So, yeah, if you have any updates, let's see if anybody joins us on the panel to talk about the topic. You share it, and I'd be glad to talk about it. Again, if anybody joins the panel, then we have more people, more, perspectives for you. If not, again, I'd go solo and it's still perform, believe me. So yeah, that was why, again, under Thomas Tuchel, you can argue that Kepa has done better than Mendy, but you must highlight the fact that Mendy has played more games. So yeah, chances are he concedes more goals. So that has happened. Then if again after that, Mendy himself, he's gotten the opportunity. After that, okay, let me start here. The Spain since after the two high-profile errors against the game in the game against West Ham United in the Premier League, Mendy, you could say, had his average a single mistake per game, and we've been lucky that some of them didn't lead to goals against us. Some led to goals against us. That people were thinking, okay, maybe Thomas Tuchel was going to bench him. For Kepa Arrizabalaga to come in, so that Mendy himself, for his own good, will, maybe do some self-reflection and come back better if he's selected again. But Thomas Tuchel didn't do that. And when we thought he dropped him because of his form, it turned out he was actually dropped because he was injured. So, yeah, I'm not just going to dwell on that much. Let me see. I got an update here from Liam Lane. Again, which I think it's important that we look at it because, like I said, I don't have any. I don't have any so much as lined up to talk about. So your contributions will go a long way, and that was why I say that this particular show, will be driven mainly by user contributions. So I'm going to look at this. A good update overall. Again, a brilliant one, and I love to see that. It reads the deal until 2025 for Lewis Hall. Good stuff. I was actually concerned that the way, again, Lewis Hall was he? Yeah, he was the kid that played in the left back position again during a cup competition where he made a mistake, and the spirit that I saw from the kid that day moved me. Correct me if I'm talking about the same kid. He lost the ball and he made the move, made sure he followed up with his mistake, recovered the ball, and also put in a cross from the ball he recovered that led to us scoring the first goal in that game. And I was expecting to see him in subsequent games. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And believe me, I wasn't happy that happened because I liked him. For some reason, maybe Thomas Tuchel don't like the kid that much. I didn't really like that. Here we have again Kante's new deal next. Did you hear anything, or you just hopefully it happens? Again, the last time I heard was just he rejected the deal that was offered to him. So I'm not really sure where we're at with his current situation. I'm concerned about that. It says, yes, Akachila scored a brilliant goal during the week. I love that kid. Again, his performance that day, he didn't even play like he was playing with the big boys. Again, he played as if he was he's played for them. He's played with them for a while. Surprisingly, we didn't see he didn't get a call up again to the first team from Thomas Tuchel. But again, I guess the club trusts him. I guess they've seen what the kid is capable of bringing to the team, so that's why they made sure he got a deal and will be with us until 2025. That's reassuring, to say the least. Here we have just hope for Kachila. I thought as much. Yeah, again, like I said the other day when we talked about his situation, I said I'm fearing. Again, I'm fearful that there's a chance because in his absence, if the team does well, we get a false sense of security, thinking, yeah, we can actually do without N'Golo Kante, and then let him go and leave to regret it later. And I sincerely do not want that to happen. Again, let me see if there's anything else here. His main position is midfield, but that day he started in the left center back position or left wing back. I'm not sure what role he played. Remind me if you can recall. That would go along with Kachila. I will be listening only. I am doing household chores today. Yeah, that's important. Family first. Again, this is we just love the club. That's why we're all we enjoy participating in the show. And please, people, please keep liking the video. We have just 11 likes. I believe we should be able to do better than that. You don't even have to be in the chat. If you're able to like the video or the stream, if you prefer that, those things do go a long way. Like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for all the support. But played left back in that game you were talking about. Yeah, maybe Thomas Tuchel thinks he'll be forever remembered as the manager who likes to play people out of position. So yeah, again, imagine what Kante does to a Manchester United. Or PSG. Yeah, he'd make them even stronger. That's for sure. Again, for me, I don't think it'd be wise to let N'Golo Kante go. I think the best thing we do is to find a way to manage his game time. Don't play him that much, and then they go play him sparingly, and then find a way, study exactly what's going on with him, find a solution. I think that can be done. We have modern medicine that have changed, how players take care of themselves, and again, and how long their respective careers last. Yep. And Chana says here, please like and subscribe, people. Yes, one of the queen of the house asked you to please like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Those things to go along with. And if you're in the channel and you have a question, answer. Okay, this one is interesting, and another update from Liam Lane, which says Bundesliga just fans corner. This is more like a question. It says which of Chelsea, United, or Liverpool will be best suited for Jude Bellingham? Chelsea will take on United and Liverpool in the transfer race to sign Jude Bellingham next summer, according to reports. Jude Bellingham. Some people have mentioned his name when we talk about players who help us play in the defensive midfield role. I think he's a fine player overall. The price tag we're thinking that Declan Rice is expensive. I think Jude Bellingham will be nearly twice as much as the price. He's a fine player, and Borussia Dortmund value him that much. After the sale of Erling Haaland, I think he became the next big thing for Borussia Dortmund, and I'm not sure how much the buyout clause is right now, but I'll take some time to look at it when I get a chance. He's another player to look out for the coming transfer window because he's a hot property, and the kid is good. Mendy has been a better goalkeeper than Kepa. Again, it's no doubt in the last couple of months he's been prone to mistakes, but he remains a better option than Kepa. The better option, if you really want to be objective at this point, who's a better option? At this point, you could say Kepa clearly is a better option. After all, Mendy is injured. Plus, you have to factor that into the process of deciding which of the two players is a better goalkeeper. Again, if you look at it, actually, despite him being injured, he's done badly of late. That even his biggest supporters, they've started to question why he starts game for us. Still, he's conceded goals from the near post. He's coming just lots of errors that he shouldn't be making. But the truth remains, again, I know why people think he's a better goalkeeper because he's taller. And anybody that argues against Kepa Arrizabalaga being a good goalkeeper always references, that long goal he considered against Leicester City in a cup final. I don't go as far back as that. I judge them by their current form, and given the current form of each of the two goalkeepers, you could say from Kepa should be starting over Mendy now. Mendy maybe needs that. You could call it discipline, to learn that the goalkeeping position isn't his for keeps. He has to earn his place in the team. It's as simple as that. Let me see again for the back three. Our decision here is, it wasn't easy for us to decide who decides over who, but centrally, as long as Thiago Silva is fit, he's the general there. He's the commander in chief. He's the best option for us. Again, that position isn't where if Thiago Silva isn't playing, you bring in the likes of your Chalobah or let me say again Fofana to lead centrally. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. You need an experienced head. You need a player who has that calm presence as Thiago Silva or Koulibaly. As much as I hated Christensen, again, I would have loved him to stay. You could say he's the most equipped to take that mantle from the mantle of leading the back line, especially when it's a three at the back system. Even when we play a flat back four, he's one of those players who's capable of being cool-headed and calm on the ball, no matter how you pressure him. But unfortunately, he isn't here. So the best option in the absence of Thiago Silva, definitely, unquestionably, is Koulibaly, given his experience. And Koulibaly playing on the left doesn't mean, I think Koulibaly is predominantly right-footed, correct me if I'm wrong. But again, because probably he's played there on occasions, many occasions are for Napoli. So that's why it's easy to stereotype him as a less centre-back player. He can actually lead centrally. That was why I wasn't sure. I couldn't, understand why Thomas Tuchel during the game away game against Zagreb. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it? It was Fofana who started centrally, and I just didn't understand why that was the case. And you could argue it was because of his lack of experience that he was beaten. That a player he actually saw coming at him. And how the whole thing turned into a race between him and the player, I just couldn't explain. And you could argue also that a much experienced player would have taken one for the team rather than let Dynamo Zagreb, a player, race against him, outpace him, and then find himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. But that's by the way. Here we have again. Leon says, "Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider fan base." Yes, people keep liking the video. Topic is switch, from mainly transfers. People in most cases, like to join the streams when transfers are on, and some, controversial stories emerge. But yeah, we can do better than just 18 likes. So keep liking the video. Let's try to get it to 100 likes by the time we get to the 1 hour mark into the show. For the case of Fofana and Chalobah, again, we didn't just, with the panelists, didn't just pick. We did not just pick Fofana over Chalobah as a starting option and Chalobah as a rotating option just because we feel like he's better than him. But overall, if you compare them attribute to attribute, you could argue he's a better option to start there. But rotation is key. And when we talked about it yesterday, I did talk about how rotation, you could say, was key to Thomas Tuchel, what he was able to achieve during his time at Chelsea Football Club. He rotated heavily, but we understood. I talked about that is the fact that rotation helps arrest players and avoid a burnout. It can be detrimental to development of chemistry between the players, which you can say Thomas Tuchel sometimes you can say he rotated more than he should, and that didn't help the team chemistry. But we recognize most likely that once Graham Potter settles in properly, that Fofana will most likely be starting over Chalobah, and we don't expect to seeing more of the lineup we saw in the game against during the game against Salzburg. Why? Because the argument we learned, especially from Bobby, says that selection was a bit political in the sense that Graham Potter wouldn't want to unsettle or fall out with the big boys in the team. If that happens, he'd have a lot more work in a sense to take care than he already have. So again, usually it's some from another perspective is this. Usually when managers take over a new team, again, they usually opt for the more experienced players. You could for the sole purpose that they are capable of helping adapting to a new approach to the game easier than the younger ones in the team. So that's a very common occurrence. But Bobby's suggesting that it's a bit political makes a bit of sense, which again I totally understand. And for the case of Koulibaly starting on the left hand side, it's obvious. Again, the obvious choice to start on the left hand side on a good day. You could say the moment the Graham Potter settles in properly, if Silva starts essentially, I think he'd know that Koulibaly, again, he's capable of starting on the left hand side, but he probably opted for Cucurella in the left center back position in the game against Salzburg because Cucurella understands how he likes to approach the game, so that makes his work easier to for him. So it's probably as I see trains with Koulibaly with time. Again, I'd say by now or in a week's more or just a few training sessions more, Koulibaly will get to understand how he likes his left center back man to play. And but you can be rest assured in a flat back four that Koulibaly will most likely start. But again, we're assuming that in a back three, when he settles in properly, he'd start Koulibaly there. But when Koulibaly isn't playing in a situation where Koulibaly moves essentially, then the most likely player to start there will be Cucurella. That's why you're seeing Cucurella as the rotating player on the Koulibaly's name there. We have again Donut against Zakaria can play CB2. I haven't seen him play there. Honestly, I knew him from the time I realized that a player like him existed as a DM or you could say a hybrid. Yeah, a DM, an explosive DM at that. And I also did a video about him with Nishal. So yeah, so maybe he'd be an option there for Graham Potter. And after all, Graham Potter, he likes centre backs who are able to carry the ball. And Zakaria is comfortable on the ball. So maybe that makes him a good tool in the hands of the manager. But I'd argue he's more likely to play again in the midfield area rather than in the centre back area. So assuming he starts here as a DM, and again he easily drop back to fill in for any of this three centre backs at the back if they overlap. So probably, like I said, Zakaria is more likely to start in the midfield area rather than in the defense. Again, here we have he could slip into central area to give backup to Silva. Wow, that's actually some strong argument there. That's some argument there. And again, this is not going to be easy given again known, or you could say obvious, Graham Potter's unorthodox approach to everything, to the application of the structure, to the structure itself. We're seeing one that he had something like a 3-3-1. We're seeing one where something similar to a 3-5-1-1. Again, he tweaks things based on the opposition. And here I want to ask you, if you're in the chat, I want to ask you guys a question here. Again, from what we saw yesterday, there's a chance if Raheem Sterling wasn't available to start. Again, he started Raheem Sterling in the wing-back position, but we know that his primary responsibility isn't to defend, but to help overload the midfield area, involved in overload the midfield area, and also support, again, be in the attacking area, not necessarily to defend. But yes, if we're defending, he's expected to drop drop back and then add to the numbers there to make to defense's numbers. So if you're in the chat, let me know whether you think that we'd ever see a flat back three of Kukurea, Silva or Koulibaly or maybe Fofana and Chalobah on the right hand side. Then with Ben Chilwell starting, in the left wing back position, I'd really have to get your third. Here again, he says Harveyville making his debut today for Hull City. Nice to see. I don't know if I'm going to get to watch it again. Like I said, this is going to be a short one because I'm going to try to end it as soon as possible so that people can go watch. We have some interesting games. I know some of us will keep an eye on the Man City games, even though on paper it's a game that some people will think they'll be able to win. But we want them to lose it. The more our rivals lose games, the happier it would be, which means we get a chance, to bounce back and be competing for the title. I thought that's going to happen, but yeah, you always want your rivals to lose game. So let's get into the left wing back position. Since we have, this is also assuming that Kukurea playing in the left center back position isn't going to be a constant thing. It will not be a constant thing, but there's an argument that may well be the case. Since it's a free role, whenever he plays there, he has the independence to overlap. Sometimes you see him close to the final third. We don't, but I'm not sure that's going to be a constant thing at Chelsea Football Club because we were already at risk because we play a very high line. But like Roger said yesterday, not as high as Liverpool, but we'll still play a risky game in terms of how high our last line of defense usually are. Again, if you haven't, please take a second to like the video. Also, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. I have a poll so you can help me make a decision there on the left wing back position. Let me quickly put it up there. Okay, 2 names there. 3 names probably. I can let's see. Ben Chilwell. And we still have Kukurea there. So the choice is difficult. And then Raheem Sterling dependent on what the manager wants to do. So let me get your let me see what you have to say to that one overall. I'm gonna ask the question. Okay, let's see. I need a column there or a question mark. There you go. You have your question there. And Santiago Muno says here again, what do you think about Potter's first game, mate? Again, yeah, good question there. Let's see what he has to say. Ty, thank you very much for finding the time to join the panel. How are you doing, my brother? Oh, I haven't. He went out again. Ty, I thought I already added you. Did I add you and your stuff went off?
Yeah, I got added. I just got sent straight back to StreamYard. The homepage, my homepage. I don't know what happened.
Wow, maybe a connection issue. Yes, people, just 19 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes if possible by the end of the show. This is going to be a short one. If you haven't liked the video, and also do subscribe to the channel. And I can't say the name. I think that's the Russian. Is that the Russian writing? I'm not sure. I can't say your name because I can't read that. Alvarez is good for us. Again, good player instead of Georgie. Alvarez will be a much better player. He's more physical, quicker in terms of decision making. Also, I think he again, you've seen if you followed him, if you watch any of the Ajax game when he's on the pitch on his day, he's good. Ty, your thoughts on that comment before I ask you your suggestion on the players who selected so far.
I think based on what I saw against Liverpool, I think it was. I'm not really sure to say that. Well, when you look at everything else in terms of passing, Alvarez would give you that. The issues and what I did see when I was watching the Champions League game is that when it comes on the defensive side, he's not the strongest. And if you want somebody that you want to see quote unquote improve on Jorginho, you're going to need somebody that will also offer what you don't really see Jorginho have a strength in, and that's hooking in the defensive side consistently. So if you're gonna have somebody that makes those good passes, you're gonna also need somebody that will do defensive work, because you're gonna have somebody that you can rely on for good passes. But when you need the defensive help, you're not gonna have that from them. So I don't really know if to say that Alvarez is what we need more than Jorginho is really that's something that you can really see, because both of them also have a weakness. Because it's not a case where Jorginho cannot make those passes, because he did make those passes against I don't know, Salzburg. So he showed that he can do it because he made those good passes, and he has done it at Chelsea as well. So I think he can make good passes. But I guess in that sense, people probably look at the fact that when you look at Alvarez, he doesn't make sideways passes or backward passes a lot. But I do think that he's a good player. He has the good ability, and he would help our midfield. But the defensive side, that is the issue. And we see what happens when a lot of players come from the Dutch league. It takes them a very long time to adjust, especially in that midfield role. So I think you're gonna have a concern in that sense. But he's a good player. He can offer a lot of creativity. But the defensive side is the issue.
Just quickly, before I ask you, just to bring you up to par, what do you think about our choice for the man between the stink there? We picked Kepa as we believe will be the starting goalkeeper under Graham Potter, considering some factors. And plus, more importantly, is this: you goalkeepers, they don't change. Again, you don't change them especially if they're doing well. Especially he's shown how well he can actually do some, brilliant saves in the last, even the one he started on the Thomas Tuchel, and the one again he started in the Champions League. He's good with the ball on his feet. Uh, Again, but just tie your thoughts on our selection. Kepa being the man between the sticks. You think it's gonna happen?
Honestly, right now, I don't see why it cannot happen, because I mean, based on the two games that he played, it's not a case where Kepa was just astronomically bad or he was extremely bad because he did this or he did that or he made a mistake, and he's the reason why we conceded. It's not like that, because even against the Salzburg game, when I rewatched it as well, because I didn't see the first half, I saw him make some excellent saves. He had to jump to his right, to be the left, to anybody who's watching. So I guess it's not a case where he was horrible, and you could see the complete difference when you have somebody that can actually pass the ball under pressure, who's comfortable. So I think he's ticking the right boxes for what our Graham Potter's goalkeeper does. I mean, when I look at what he did at Ostersund's and Swansea and Brighton, you see where his goalkeepers, not all the time, because that become predictable if you rely on the goalkeeper all the time, where you see
Hmm.
they build from the back, and the goalkeeper would have a key role to play in it, where they pass the ball to him. They start off very slow, and then they pick up the pace, and then there's more counter attacking play. And I mean, we saw that kind of where he made a pass to Kepa, he did something, and then we were on a quick counter. It didn't lead to a goal, but that's just something that Graham Potter's team can do. So I think there's a lot of optimism, but I don't think it's impossible, because Kepa has the good ability. The only thing that really sets him aside from Mendy is the fact that when it comes on to saving long shots, although Mendy has been a bit 50 when it comes on to those long shots still, he sees you can rely on him to do it. And people say that he'll come out and clean the ball, but I don't really see Mendy doing that at the same level anymore. He's coming out, punching the ball, and then he's being fouled or it's leading to a goal still. So I think maybe those are the only difference. But at the end of the day, you're gonna always have some difference between one player and the other player. But it's funny that there's a difference that make them the opposite of each other. One is good with the ball at the feet. One isn't really good with the ball at the feet. One is good at saving long shots most of the time, and the other one doesn't really have the consistency of doing it. But I guess it's not impossible. And I mean, Kepa is still our number one technically, so I guess it's not impossible.
Yeah, and again, I think his sweeper keeping ability, I think, will go a long way in that decision. And we saw, again, an example of what he's capable of doing as a sweeper keeper. He reads the game quite well. Sometimes it just seems as if Mendy is a bit reluctant to come off his line, to help save the situation. I think I recall, I'm not sure what game exactly, where he had that he hesitated, and that nearly caused a big problem between him and I think it was Thiago Silva, who was expecting him to be off his line to cover the ball. He didn't come, and I think Thiago struggled to get to the ball. But I think, if I remember, that didn't lead to a goal, to be honest. But that's, by the way, again, Roger. I know you're in the house. Big up to you. I hope you're doing well.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to you too. So
morning,
again,
Ty.
I appreciate you finding time to join. I hope I did not disturb your rest by sending you the link on this day.
Not at all, sir. I just wanted to say something really quickly. The link you sent me for Ty's channel, I watched the 2 minutes. I think it was 39 seconds of Ty, your shock and reaction to Tuchel. I thought that was really moving. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
you.
Punched me. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
A sincere reaction.
Yeah, it was succinct. It was really moving. Yeah, and I think it surmised what a lot of Chelsea fans thought. So I just wanted to say kudos. So that was well done.
Yeah, Ty. Now you owe me a beer. I sent you somebody the link to your channel, and he loves it. Yeah.
Wait, what? Sorry, what did I miss?
No.
Oh, you weren't paying attention. He was the person I sent the link to the Grand Porter analysis video. So he's saying he likes it. The reaction, your reaction to Thomas Tuchel's sacking is moving. He said he watched that too.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I got a comment on one of my videos, and it said something that I'm a big fan. It was that in my chat. I'm not sure who it was.
Was that you commented?
No, okay. Roger says he hasn't commented.
Okay, so let me. There's two people that are moved there, because somebody said that they moved as well.
I'm sure there's more than two.
Let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back again, and then I'll ask the question to another person I want to ask, Ty. So we bring him up to par before I go to Roger. I think we're getting where we have quite a lot of work to do to get it correctly. I think Porter's first game was a gamble considering the team selection. But if you understand, or if you understood the structure isn't what we initially thought it was, then you'd understand. Again, it wasn't really a bad selection, and we played well, created a lot of chances. We could have scored more goals. The much improvement, the much the much needed improvement was seen. It wasn't a bad overall performance. Again, a much more improved performance from the two previous games. Declan Rice, I don't know the possibility. From what I'm hearing, that Thomas Tuchel wanted him. The club's movement in the market, does say otherwise. Though, if they wanted Declan Rice, the opportunity called for us to go for him, given they want some of the players we have, some you can say we have at the club, we had at the club. So it doesn't sound like something that we're serious about. Maybe if Potter wants him, then we'll go for him in January, and he'd be more cheaper then. I still think it's a 3-5. Yeah, I agree with you. It was never, again, it was never again 4-4. Again, 4. Was it again 4? I forgot the formation there. Was it 4-2 something? I don't forget the numbers, the structure then. But even was decided to use the structure that you're looking at here, knowing that the three men at the front there, that's a chance it's a flat structure there up here. Again, but the more important thing is that we have it 3 at the back. That's where the whole thing starts. Again, where you can say the confusion on what's going on starts is whether it's a 4 at the back formation or 4 at the back, 3 at the back formation. But that's why the way it's kind of says, see him being dropped. Who exactly can you be open again? And where Isaiah and Warren says Chelsea, yes, keep saying that. Again, it's kind of, I think, again, weirdly, it's wonderful that Sterling is in left wing back position. We get another attacker on the field, and Sterling actually receives the ball out wide with multiple 1-versus-1 situations. But the question is this, did you say the same when Callum Hudson-Odoi was played in that position? Ziyech played in the right wing back position. We were literally smothering. You know, you could say criticizing Thomas Tuchel for doing that without paying attention that they're not putting them there to be defenders. Again, unfortunately, that's how most people see it. It's kind of says it's better than him being used as a 9 like Tuchel did. Okay, it's still finding something to blame Tuchel for. Kami having Alvarez will be a plus to our midfield, but how do we start getting results with current midfielders we have? Again, a good question, because our match against Zagreb and Salzburg clearly shows we lack a creativity. Again, I think what you mean by that, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not able to create chances from the central area. All the chances we create, all we created, again, or we create in most cases come from the flanks and on the carpet, so very, very predictable. And Bobby says, big up, guys. Again, smash the like button, says Bobby. Please like the video if you haven't. Also, do subscribe to the channel. Let's try to get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. Again, this is going to be a short one because there are some interesting games that I believe all of us here would like to watch. I don't know why I did not prepare for the watch-along game for the Man City game on Soccer Perspective. Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you haven't, not as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Thank you very much for that. Ty, I'm going to come back to you in a bit. Just give me a second. I'll big up everyone in the chat. Big up to you too, Top S. My comment was in two parts, Coach. Yep, okay. I was saying that because of the system, I think Sterling will be playing. Yeah, but I don't think it's all the time. Probably depends on the opposition. I don't think Sterling will always be in that position, but the thing is, we'll most likely be seeing a wing guys in the wing back positions. Again, says when Chelsea next match, I will look. Think is it October 1st? When is that next game? Let me look that up in a bit.
Yes,
October 1st.
October 1st. Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you very much. So I'm going to come back to the panel, Ty. Let's talk about this in general. I don't see a lot of Chelsea players complaining that Raheem Sterling played in the wing back position. And we knew before time that was going to happen, and because Potter does that. So why isn't that so much of an issue right now? But it was under Thomas Tuchel. Let me start with Roger. Ty, since you have spoken, let me start with Roger.
Why? Why ask why?
Yeah, because I'm really confused.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
I just don't know why. Now, if nobody, go ahead, Roger.
Ruben Loftus-Cheek was used as a right wing back. So was Callum Hudson-Odoi, and Tuchel was lambasted for it. He was criticised for it. So there's no logic to that criticism, in my opinion. None whatsoever.
Maybe it's lack of understanding of the application.
Yeah, because they're not utilising the role as, for instance, as a Reece James is. Not at all. So, and look at Sterling. He isn't playing in the sense that, yes, he came back and so forth, but his primary responsibility was to occupy that channel, get balls into the channel, run after it, and have a one-on-one. And you saw that, and it utilizes his speed and his aggression with his dribbling abilities. And he wasn't used so much as in a defensive role, if that makes sense. His primary responsibility was the top half of the pitch, and that's simple as that. Because you have three in the midfield also. See, when we also did that previously, we didn't have three in the pitch. We used a 3-4-3. last time we used a 3-5-2, so we're compensating for an extra midfielder, and that does make a difference. So you can have one of the midfielders come over to the left back to cover. So, and I think that really works well. And if you look at J5, he was able to actually place a lot of more one-touch passes into the box because we had one more person in the midfield. It allowed him that ability to do so. I actually really like 3 in the midfield.
I do like that. I do like that. But Ty, let me bring that question to you. I know it's not an easy one to answer because I can't answer that question. It's just confusing. You see, again, I think performance, let me just say this, it's simple. Performance trumps every issue we will maybe having in the team. Even if we're the worst team in the league and we go ahead and beat a team we thought would lose against, then everybody forgets about the issue we're having in the team. So probably not, because you can say things, you can say life on the Graham Potter's life, start to life as Chelsea manager. It's not a bad start, actually. He started well because we lost the last game before he started, and he got us a draw. And again, we created a lot of chances and people saw it. But still, I know people are still complaining about, some certain points and figures at some certain players. I'd say if results continue, I don't think anybody will ask questions whether Raheem Sterling plays even in the centre back position. Ty, why do you think Thomas Tuchel was nearly murdered for it, but now nobody's talking about that? But some of us that followed Graham Potter, we knew before time that he does the same thing. Why isn't that much of an issue at this point? Is it because probably result, you could say, end up bad at this point, and that was just his first game in charge?
Yeah, it's probably one of those reasons as well. But I think maybe more people are understanding that is what Graham Potter does, like you said, because especially at Brighton, I remember seeing Trossard as a wing back, and even I think his name is Solly March, also playing as a wing back. So I think he plays on the left and Trossard plays on the right, or they alternate. But I think I do find it weird that people had an issue with Tuchel doing it, and I mean they're okay with it now because I guess it's the identity of Graham Potter, and that's what he does. But I think and I think somebody in the chat said it as well. It looks as if it can work because the left centre back that played, especially against Salzburg, is a natural left back. So when it comes on to the defensive work, and also what it also offers is a switch in formation. Because if you think about it, a 3-5-2 can easily change with Raheem Sterling as that left wing back or that hybrid left wing back. It allows you to form a 4-4-2. So it gives you a easier way of transitioning from one formation to the next. The thing is, with Tuchel, the concern was that we didn't have a left back playing there. So there's no coverage wide if that player that's playing as the wing back is caught off position. When he had a James, and that is why especially this season, where Tuchel played James as the right centre back and he had Loftus-Cheek as the right wing back, it could work because you had a right back playing as a right centre back. So it allowed for coverage and it allowed for them to alternate because that is a positive, even if people didn't like it. When Loftus-Cheek was being utilized as a centre back, it allows them to alternate. So if it comes on to defensive work, you have somebody that will come in and help you. And it's the same thing with Ono Conte as well, if you think about it. We were utilizing Moses, who was initially a winger, as a right wing back, and he had Aspi as a right centre back, who could also be a right back. So it gives you the freedom to really work. But for me, I don't think people understood that with Tuchel doing that, it benefited the team because you had a Hudson-Odoi playing, and it also allowed for you to play Havertz or probably Werner, or were at the time play Lukaku and also have a front three there still, or front two. So I think it was pretty weird, but I don't know. I just think there's a lot of inconsistency in the fan base, because I always say they're not fair with their opinions. They'll say one thing about one player and and see the next ball another player and make excuses. But it's just the life of Chelsea fans. They can't be consistent, or some can't be consistent.
Yeah, I think it's you could say primarily it is lack of proper understanding of what the manager, because and I think you and I during pre-game shows, when people say why is he playing it, we say listen, his primary responsibility isn't to defend but to attack, especially when it's Ruben Loftus-Cheek. We've had that argument. Just when you see them there, people think he's putting Thomas Tuchel put them there to become defenders, but it just shows their understanding of football is just on a surface level. They think the moment you're in that position, you're a defender. Now we're not hearing so much of that. But again, I'm going to Bobby, big up to you. I'm going to bring Bobby in because I think if results, God forbid, I don't want to see that happen, starts going down south, people start paying attention to people being played out of position again, because we still have those players. The players themselves, we didn't hear them one-on-one say anything in public how they're being played out of position. It is the fans that actually they engineered those narratives. And probably that those players who were underperforming under Thomas Tuchel, just latched onto it and start using it as excuses. And then sending it back to those that started it, and then Adam Flynn to fire, it got worse. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. Again, Bobby, I'm sure. Good morning to you. By the way, I'm sure you heard what we're talking about regarding players. Wingers being played as wing backs. You could say for sole purpose of overloading the attacking area or the midfield area. Yet people complained so much under Thomas Tuchel that happened, but we've heard little or nothing about it under Potter. But he did that with Raheem Sterling, especially.
Yeah, I've heard you. You know me. I will hit it out as it is. First of all, it's only been one game, and I think people are still kind of waiting to see what Potter's about. But we have, unfortunately, and I don't say this lightly at all, we have unfortunately attracted a group of supporters at Chelsea that I don't even know if they're supporters. They're just there because of social media. And in order to create a relevance, they cannot communicate anything about the club without complaining about the club. Real Madrid, Vinicius Jr. plays wingback all the time. It's not uncommon. We're in a modern football, top flight football era where you have to be different. You have to constantly do different things in order to keep the opposition guessing. Sometimes
4-4-2.
Well, yeah. There's 4-4-2 and there's 4-4-2. It depends.
I was just joking.
I know you were, but it depends on who is playing in that system. And when you find that someone like, for example, Raheem Sterling is being targeted and marked as an attacker, when you get him attacking from deep as a wing back and having a certain level of defensive responsibility, because let's face it, wing backs these days are not really defenders. They're just more.
No, they're not. Yeah.
They're just
or maybe let's just say it depends on the application.
Yeah, and and also when you have a weak midfield like Chelsea do, it's little wonder that these players are moved into that sort of position. But fans will do anything some fans will do anything for the conversation or for the clickbait or that's what they're in it for. I watched a platform yesterday where there was a lot of criticism to the Chelsea owners. And I was like, listen, I now understand fully why Roman Abramovich never spoke to the press. Because anything you say, people are going to jump on it and they will make it an issue.
Yeah.
Todd Bowley came and he was sharing some of his expansive ideas. it doesn't mean that's exactly what he's going to do. But he was coming up with suggestions. Arsene Wenger has come up with suggestions.
In most cases, he got smothered for it.
Exactly. Even outside of football, he was talking about expanding the World Cup or making it into a 2-year thing instead of a 4-year thing. People voice things, they voice ideas and just throw it out there. And this is what business people often do. And unfortunately, Chelsea fans say, he now wants to make it a North v South football thing. How dare he? We know it's not going to be popular. We know if that's a hill he's going to die on, he really will die on that hill.
Yeah,
we know that. But the guy was just talking. He wasn't really saying, he was just saying, oh, we could do this or we could do that, just like Americans often do. So I don't know. I just think sometimes our
well, Bobby, the Twitter sphere and social media generally, I don't pay any attention to it. I don't have a footprint there at all, basically. It's just not worth it. It's garbage.
Well, we say this, but these garbage platforms and atmospheres have an influence on our fan base, and sometimes are not
so-called fan base. I mean,
no, our fan base. Young people are very impressionable.
Yes, especially nowadays. I think it was a poll in the States a few years ago that I think people under the age of, I think it was 30, don't quote me on it, got most of their news from The Daily Show. I mean, and that's a satirist show. It's like in my generation, we got it from the Washington Post, New York Times, BBC, etc., etc. Credible sources. This is any discussion, regardless of what subject. The most important aspect of a discussion is like when you write a college paper. What's the last page on a college paper or university paper? It's the references. It's the credibility of the sources. That's the most important thing. And nowadays, anyone can put anything online, and that's a source. And now you have deep fakes and so forth. It's garbage. I don't pay any attention to it.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Bobby.
We cannot. I personally believe, and I believe this very strongly, that because something is rubbish or something is outside of what we feel is acceptable, by ignoring it and pretending it doesn't exist, I think it's almost being complicit to it. I see your
point.
We have to.
Let's not let go ahead, Bobby. I wanted to ask you another question. Just let me know when you're ready.
Sure. Well, we have to participate. We have to counter some of the things that is there, and as tedious as it is, it's the only way to put it right. So coming back to your question about why the fan base complains so much about Tuchel, it became a point. It's very funny. Tuchel got sacked and you have people mourning him almost. But funny enough, this same people, when he was there, actually complained a lot about him. That's the hypocrisy of it all. And
basing their judgment on perceived unfair treatment of their Chelsea favorite players.
Exactly. So that's the thing. And this is why.
Here's the most important question I wanted to ask you, Bobby. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is this now? Those players, most of those players, you could say nearly all of them. The complaint was that why was Thomas Tuchel playing them out of position? They're still there. What do you think the situation will be for like them now? Because the most likely place they have a chance to play will be out what they deem out of position. Because probably they want the manager to do things how it just benefits them, and to heck with the team. Exactly. Where does that leave them now?
Well, that's going to be testimony to the fact that Tuchel was doing the right thing in the first place. I've been part of.
So it's on them now, in other words.
It is on them. It is on them. It is 100% on them. you can't. What Tuchel was doing, I think, was absolutely right with the players he has. Is he has to make them flexible. People watch, analyze, target Chelsea because they're at the top. The media look for ways to inform clubs to as to how to pull them down. You can't play conventionally. If you play in a certain way, everybody's going to know how you play and they're going to beat you. Look what's happening now. Everybody knows, okay, low block Chelsea. Their midfield is weak. This is the best way to get them. Low block counter-attack. And now they're all doing it. So we have to continuously reinvent ourselves.
It's a copycat league.
Exactly. It is a copycat league, but we have to be different because we are at the top. I was going to say, Coach, I've been on Chelsea platforms long before social media. This is something that I love doing. It's my hobby. I was one of the first people on Chelsea TV back in the day. I think when it started about 1990, about 95 or so, the broadcasting started. Before that, we had all these phone-ins, message phone-ins. I've always done that. And why? And always been part of the youth sort of setup. And of course, as you know, a little bit of security. But why I always come on these platforms is just for this reason. I care about my club. I care about not only the younger football players coming up, but I care about the young fan base. I think for those of us that have supported the club as long as I have, that Chelsea culture, that Chelsea spirit is something that we should be passing down. And we should try and get our fan base to be, as we all dream of, real fans, not just a bunch of complainers or people that just want to be in it for the moment, but people that really believe in what they do, that get that blue bug and love the club. And I think that, if we don't do that, we will end up as this wishy-washy club with fans that go, just like Roy Keane called Man United fans back in the day when they were a bit placid, prawn sandwich fans. They come there, they sit there, you know what I'm talking about, don't you, Roger? You come there, they sit there, they eat their prawn sandwiches as if they're in the theatre. Whatever. We don't want that. We want
That's great.
And this is why I get on these platforms, and this is why I speak out against these topics, like you've mentioned, like fans complaining about Tuchel for playing a striker as a wing back, and then another manager comes and does the exact same thing, and
nobody's talking. So that clearly. Sorry if you're still talking. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, I've
okay. That clearly shows, again, it's all about the result. Because had things been things went still, didn't end the way it ended with Thomas Tuchel. We were winning games. He plays, gets Cristiano Ronaldo, plays him as a center back, and we're still winning games. You call him a genius. But because the results weren't, things. Some we've seen, a chain, the underwhelming performances. People started, making something out of nothing in terms of players playing in that position. That's two things. It shows it's about the result. Plus, some of us, the fans don't really understand the game that well and just jump to he's being played out of position. Most especially if it's the player in question is one of our favorite players at the club. Again, but that's, by the way, big up Kuchila and Pana, big up to you too. Just Viola, the Queen of the House. Thank you for joining to help keep things civil here. Again, and Tibe Salifa says, I have hope Football Heart and Rory Jennings wanted to go out, but then complained about Potter's appointment. Maybe they wanted another manager. So again, subscribe. Thank you for saying that. Again, if you haven't, guys, keep liking. Let people keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Ty, quick question for you before we move to areas that we haven't, completed here. The question I want to ask you: how often do you think Cucurella will start in the left centre back position, considering the players we have?
I still think that there's still a possibility that we could see Chilwell and Cucurella playing on the pitch at the same time, and for that reason, I think that we may end up seeing Cucurella play as a left centre back a bit more, obviously, because Chilwell, unless Graham Potter decides to try and experiment with Chilwell as a left centre back, I don't think that the player that would be playing would be Chilwell. So I think Cucurella would be the left centre back. I think it probably would be something we see more often, and especially if he does continue in some games at least utilizing a winger as a left wing back or as a wing back. I think in a sense we could see it more, and considering that at Brighton Cucurella was being utilized as that a bit more, and then sometimes he'll be used as a left wing back.
But did you say sometimes as a left wing back, but predominantly as a left centre back?
Yeah, at least at Brighton that was the case, and I mean that is that was his full identity, especially at Barcelona as well. They saw him as a left centre back, and because they weren't really utilizing that formation, it just didn't seem like a perfect fit. But obviously, he went on loan to Getafe, and then he signed for Brighton. So I guess in that sense, there was a case where they would see him as a left centre back. So I think it could be something we see more often, and the only time we really see him as a left wing back is probably if the game calls for it. But I think his primary role, at least at the moment, will be as a left centre back. So I think Cucurella will be the left centre back a bit more, and it'll be interesting. I see that you have Koulibaly as
that was what I was going to ask you next. Where does that leave Koulibaly? Because it makes sense. That argument makes a sense. Because you could say we felt like when we were, still, analyzing that a flat back three there, the thoughts, our thinking was okay because Koulibaly is there. He starts over Cucurella. Probably Cucurella started in the wing back position. But then again, we also talked about how he played against Salzburg and how well he executed the role there. And I'm not sure if the case was just because he already understands how the manager wants to approach the game. So he starts maybe when Koulibaly gets to understand the approach to he starts and then he moves further forward. Because really, I'd like to see Cucurella closer to the final third. If you remember the day it was Gopo that allowed us that he had more balls into the box than the legendary was the Man City Belgium international
De Bruyne.
De Bruyne, yeah, he had more balls, more crosses into the box than De Bruyne did. So, but Ty, go ahead. Where does that leave Koulibaly? And again, go ahead. Up to you. I'm not even sure how to ask you the question, but I'm sure you understand because you already started talking about it yourself.
Yeah, and you kind of began to really highlight something that could be the case. I mean, I think it could be a case where Koulibaly will eventually have to play because I mean, game time and management of players and fitness, so he will have to play. But I also saw that you have him in the central role as well.
That is if
As a
Silva
central,
isn't playing.
yeah. So I think in a sense, if push comes to shove, you may have to see that happening as well, where he plays in the center because we need to remember that Silva is going to be 38 soon if he isn't already 38, and as a result, that's going to call for him to play less and less games. I mean, right now, I mean, we saw that he had to play because Graham Potter did something similar to what Tuchel did in his first game, and that's play the more experienced players and see what they can do there, and then bring on younger players and see what they can do as well. So I think in a sense, I mean, it could be a case where he's utilizing the players that he knows before, or he knows has the experience that he can rely on. But I think eventually we'll see Koulibaly playing as a left centre back, and also in the central, because I do think that his best role in the defense is probably as the center center back. I think he's best in the center, and I keep seeing him doing it every time he plays. He keeps shifting from the left into the center, and that overloads that center, because then you have Silva having to shift over a bit, and then that leaves extra space, and then that leaves them being open to any player coming in. So there's a lot of confusion. So I think it's good that you have at least him as an option to rotate with Silva in that role. But I think right now, I think Kukurea will be the left centre back until Graham Potter thinks that Koulibaly has adjusted, because I don't think Koulibaly has fully adjusted. He's shown glimpses of what he can do when he gets used to the team, but I think he's still a bit raw in terms of adapting to the team, adapting to the league, and the different playing style and tactics.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Koulibaly is predominantly right-footed.
Yeah. So he can play across well, he should be able to play across the back three.
Yeah, and do you subscribe to the idea of Fofana being the one to lead centrally, just like we saw against Zagreb? Correct me if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Fofana. Both can actually play across the back three, or at least that's what I saw in Leicester City.
But if Koulibaly is available, Fofana shouldn't start centrally. It just doesn't make any sort of sense.
Yeah. But I think probably the long-term plan was to look at Fofana as that long-term, I'm hoping to be long-term replacement for Silva in the center, because he's good in the center. But I mean, based on what I saw at Leicester City and based on what we saw when he played against West Ham, he doesn't have an issue playing on the right, in the center, or on the left, because I keep mixing up what his preferred foot is. I don't know if it's left or right, but what I do know is that I've seen him play across the back three.
Who's exactly, Ty?
Fofana. I know Koulibaly is right-footed, but I mean Fofana, I keep mixing up if he's left-footed or right-footed, because some people say he's right-footed, some people say he's left-footed, some people say it's both, which is good. If it's both, then fantastic. It means that he doesn't have a weak foot and he doesn't have to be changing foot mid game and saying, okay, let me see if I can get the ball into this foot so I can make a dominant pass that can actually lead to something. If it's both, that'd be fantastic. But I mean, what I do know is that
he's predominantly right-footed.
Okay, so that means that it's similar to Koulibaly as well. So that is good. I mean, it's good when you have players that are that flexible, because it means that if injuries hit you, you don't have to be playing somebody other position just for the sake of it. So it's good.
Yeah, I'm going to catch up with the chat. I'll come to Bobby immediately. Again, starting with the left wing back position. I think we have work to do there. And we have 27 likes. Let's try to get it to 100 as soon as possible. If you haven't, please do take a second to like the video to help us reach a wider audience. And the more people we have here, the more fun the show will be. Again, just realize says if Potter fails, and I say if, okay, you will find that the same fans are turning again on him. Surprise. Yeah, Chelsea fans, it's the culture there, if you want to phrase it that way. This doesn't mean I want him to fail. No, I understand. Again, it's strictly what you believe the fans would do, and I'd be shocked if they don't turn against him. Maybe if there's some measure of bias, I don't want to go into to seem like I'm just cherry picking who to blame or something. Let me see. Did I miss any comment? Again, hello to you too. How about Kelvin? I hope you're doing well. Please do let me know you're well. That means a lot to me. Again, anything here to read? The hardest job for Porter is finding the chemistry, getting into a player's heads. They seem lost in Again, you could say disjointed displays, a lack of cohesion that you see on the pitch is due to the absence of a proper chemistry between the players, especially the new players and the ones that were there before they arrived. Again, did I misread it a bit? Again, yep. GV Blue says player 8, Starling, player 10, Alba, player 11, Broya would seem, Broya would seem as bad. Okay, we'll get there in a bit. So, Bobby, bringing you back on again, the number 8 player there, which is left wing back a position. Yoktot, who do you think starts there and why? Now you have Sterling as an option. Again, it depends on the approach, which means we have to factor into the decision who starts in the left center back position. I think that will be what decides who starts there. But now we'll have Cucurella, we'll have Koulibaly as a starting player in the left center back position, so you know how you make your decision. Go ahead, Bobby. Okay, Bobby looks like he's using his phone, and that takes a while to unmute. Okay, Roger, maybe you go ahead and start.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry.
Okay, he's back. Bobby is there. Sorry, Roger.
So what was your question for me?
The left wing back position, and the decision on who starts there, I think, will depend mainly on who starts in the left center back position.
I think because we're so weak in the midfield, we can't afford. We have to go for the defensively stronger of the two left wing backs, and I think because of that, we can actually afford to do something different, like probably even put Chilwell into the center, into the central three. So I will start left wing back Cucurella.
Okay, we'll see what does in the chat says. How about you, Roger? What do you think?
Well, I think it's all based on the rotation in the back three. If Silva needs to rest, Koulibaly plays in the center, Cucurella probably plays left center back, and then you're probably going to have Chilwell. So I think what is predicated to determine who plays that left wing back is actually predicated on who plays the back three, the left centre back. So I think that has a huge impact.
I don't know if it'd be right to say the decision. Go ahead.
I think that's the key of determining. Injuries aside, of course, I believe that's going to be the telltale. And if we're playing a 3-5-2, I think we should play Sterling there more often than not. I love him in that position because that channel is open. It exposes his talents. It's a plus because you don't need for him to have such a defensive responsibility where you've got three in the midfield. So depends on the formation. It depends on the back three, especially the left centre back.
But how about we have Koulibaly as a starting player here? So what do you think happens here?
Then let's say hypothetically that our starting three of Koulibaly, Silva, and Fofana, then I think it's probably, at least initially, the first 5 to 10 games, it's going to be Cucurella at left wing back. But you could rotate with Chilwell. I mean, you've got two very good players there. They're both starting quality, just like Mendy and Kepa. So this is great. We have depth. This is we have
depth, and that makes the selection process very, very, very difficult.
Well, it's a good problem to have, Coach.
It is indeed.
It's a luxury, so I welcome it. Either way, I think personally, I think Cucurella is better defensively than Chilwell. He has greater speed, greater catch-up speed. They both bring good facets, and they both have, they bring positives. They're not dissimilar, but they're not exactly identical either. I think Chilwell is a better crosser, in my opinion. The quality of his crosses, but I haven't watched Cucurella that much. I'll be honest with you. So either or, I think it could be switched. I know I'm like on the fence, so to speak, but I really believe if Silva's out, let's say 30% of the time Silva's not going to play. So 40 games a year, Silva plays, and 20 plus he doesn't play. Then I think Cucurella will start at the left centre back, and then you're probably going to have Chilwell starting at least 20 games there. And if we play a 3-5-2, then I hope it's going to be Sterling.
Yeah, so I agree with Roger fully. Yeah, I wasn't quite distracted. I wasn't quite sort of focused on it, but what you're saying is very, very, very correct.
Yeah, you could argue again. the decision on who starts in that position, you could say, is intertwined with who starts in again with what we have in the back three. It's not you can't make that decision without looking at who starts at the back. But left for me, we'll see what people in the chat say. Again, in most cases, we'll discuss it, argue, debate, and then boom, the chat.
So, Coach, am I correct in what Ty was saying? Is Cucurella primarily, or at least initially, was he a centre back and then moved to a left wing back? I thought it was vice versa. So, okay, if that's the case, and that's good insight, Ty. Thank you, because I wasn't aware of that. So, well,
Ty, your thoughts. That question was for you, Ty. I think you did more research on that than with all of us here on the panel.
Sorry, what are the questions?
If Cucurella started as a centre back, was that your question, Roger? Please, you go ahead. I don't think you understood your question.
Yeah. So basically, what was Cucurella initially? Is his primary position playing as a centre back, or was it a left wing back?
His first position was actually as a left centre back. That was actually his profile at Barcelona, at least from the academy and everything. And then when he went to Getafe, that's when they started to use him as a left wing back, and then it continued when he joined Brighton.
Sure, I didn't know that, so that's great. Thank you for the insight.
And Ty, while I'm still with you, or Roger, were you still speaking?
No, not at all, sir.
Okay, Ty, your thoughts on that position in particular? Again, given what we have as a starting, place for the back three, who do you think starts in that number 8 person there? Who do you think occupies that position?
Ooh.
It's not easy, right?
Yeah, it's not easy because even though, what we saw with Sterling, we also have to remember that we have Chilwell. That Graham Potter will like something about Chilwell, and that is eventually. Before he was more reserved, he wasn't like that player, but he pushes up into the final third as well, and he pushes himself, and he tries to get close to the box and to take a shot because we know he can shoot, and sometimes it pays off when he scores a goal. So it's difficult because if you look at it, you have Sterling that could be experimented there and maybe it could work, but you also have another left back / left wing back that can also play there. So I think probably it's difficult. I think I'm just gonna say Chilwell. I'm gonna say Chilwell.
Yeah, the chat thinks Chilwell. I don't know. It sounds easy, but there's no telling what Potter would do. There's a chance we see a rotation of Koulibaly and Silva more rather than seeing Koulibaly on the left at all, given everything we've learned this morning and from what Ty has explained. Again, the chat thinks 48% thinks we will be Chilwell, 36 Cucurella. And again, more than likely, like Ty explained also, would see Cucurella more here, given the fact that the manager trusts him to execute that position well for him. And Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, Potter played predominantly with a 3 at the back system, right? Formation.
Yeah, most of there's a stat about it as well. He played at least last season. He started to introduce a 4 at the back as well. But 21 games 3 at the back, and 17 games. That's the Premier League, and 17 games a back 4.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for that information, Ty. So again, the people in the chat, let me just give them catch up with what we have, and then I'll close that and add it. Again, says I've read that one, the hardest job for Potter. Again, please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, that helps us reach a wider audience. Please like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. If the damn place on the Toko will be a win back. Yeah, that's your signature. Thank you. I've seen you've arrived, Luis Garcia. Yeah, I get it. Just feel like, can you check your inbox, please, if you have time? Chelsea need a real winger like Saint Maxima from Newcastle. Good luck getting any of Newcastle best players. They're a rich club now, so they'd rather buy from you than you buy from them. You can argue it does. I don't know if they're richer than us, but the most important thing is that they're a rich club now. I asked the question: what do you think of the next Champions League games against AC Milan. No more room for mistakes for Chelsea. Yeah. Again, we're working again. This is as we do the lineup, the predicted lineup exercise. We're also paying attention with what those in the chat. Thanks, Bobby. I'll leave that question for you. Let me bring up our schedule so we're specific about what teams we're playing next. Let me see if there's anything else to read before I come back to that quickly. Big up, coach, and the panelists. Big up to you too. Again, Deals CFC. I hope you're doing well, and I can really do mean that. Says, let me see what we have here. Why don't we rotate them that way? Chile will not get overloaded. Rotation is key, but again, we have to find who starts predominantly in a particular position before you talk about, okay, he rotates with this player or the other one. But Chelsea and Milan should go to the knockout stages in the end. Shoot, that's your wish. Again, if they deserve it, let them go through. If not, nope, let them stay at the bottom. Hope you're well, coach. I hope you're well too, Dales. Thank you for finding time to join. For me, Chilwell offers a better scoring option. Okay. Again, I think what you're seeing on the ground, Porter, at the moment, he's just testing the squad. That's a chance that's the case. But I want to bring us back to this one. Bobby, your thoughts, okay, I know you already stated you don't think we'll make it out of the group, but mathematically, it's still possible. But this question asks you, what do you think of the next two Champions League games against AC Milan? No more room for mistakes for Chelsea. Yeah, your thoughts, Bobby.
By the way, Grealish just scored in the second minute.
Oh, again, after Terry bashed him yesterday, he was one of. He listened. but go ahead, Roger. When you finish, Bobby can come in next. So by the time you're around us, he'll be ready. Your thoughts on the next two Chelsea Champions League games?
We need a minimum, and I say a minimum of 4 points against AC Milan. Otherwise, it's over.
How about talking about winning of the two legs?
Yeah, and I'd like a Ferrari for my birthday, please. It's not going to happen. I mean, it's possible, you know. AC's pretty strong this year, aren't they? They're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was watching their last Champions League game. They beat Zagreb. I think it was 3-1 or so. But my focus mainly was also on Fikayo Tomori. He'd be on fire that day. But go ahead. You were saying something.
And Leao, he's looking. I don't know. Listen, the good news is that Potter's been afforded more time than we first anticipated because of what's transpiring in Britain with the funeral of the Queen. So hopefully he can work wonders on a training ground, and you know, we could click. You don't know. You just don't know. Look what happened to Conte, I should say, when we went back to a back three. We clicked. The switch was turned on. You know, we looked very vulnerable until after the 3-0 loss to Arsenal. And then no one predicted we'd go on and win. No one. And their mother didn't predict that. So one never knows. You know, I'm high for Potter. I really am. I'm optimistic. He seems a good and upcoming coach. So, but I think it may be too soon for us to play AC Milan consecutively and win twice. You know,
it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be. It's possible. It's really possible. You know, we're in uncharted waters because I haven't seen Chelsea under Potter enough. Just 90 minutes, and that's not really enough to go by. I can see it happening, and I can also see us losing both games. Let's be honest here. You know, I can see us drawing both, winning both, and losing both. It's simple as that. You know, we have a very good squad. We're not playing up to our potential, at least as of recently. So, yeah. If I have to predict anything, I think we can realistically get 4 points. If we can draw at least at their place and get 3 points at home, then we're in with a chance, but it's a slim chance. And it all
But
depends on the other two
we'll
teams.
we'll have better chances. We'll have the better chance of making it out of the group if we win both legs.
Sure. By the way, I saw an interesting statistic. In the Champions League era, no team has ever gone on to win the trophy once they lost their first game. That's ominous.
Wow.
That's ominous.
Wow. Ty, what do
Yeah.
you think about that question on the screen?
Honestly, when it comes on to that, I'm not really confident about it. I would have to see some difference against Crystal Palace to really say that okay, maybe we can do something against East Milan, but they look fiery right now. They have chemistry. They know where to pick up each other, and they get a lot of chances. And one thing is sometimes they'll miss some. Most of the time, they will score 3 goals against you. So that is my concern. And right now, our whole team looks out out of place. So I don't really know about what's going to happen. But I'm not confident at all. I'm honestly not confident. But yeah, don't forget the panic yacht driver and I'm on it by myself right now.
Yeah. It is again, I as much as I try to be optimistic, and let me just say again, to be on the surface side, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. I'm not sure if Bobby is ready to talk. I'll just go ahead with what we have in the chat. We don't have too many, and I really see if we can quickly get done with this and then just end the show if we complete the 11. Just for y'all, regardless, again, what will happen between Chelsea and playing again and playing each other has to win the remaining 2 games. I think they will. It's difficult here. I don't know how you divide your loyalty between Chelsea and the AC Milan again. Because correct me if I'm wrong. I remember you told me your Chelsea is your choice of club again in the Premier League. Please like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you guys for all the support. We have just 30 likes. Again, let's see the possibility of getting to 100 before the show ends. And here you could say it is Chilwell, and that's what Chilwell ended with 47%. So let's say Chilwell here. So when Chilwell isn't playing, that's where the problem is here, Ty. Yeah, it becomes even more tight. Wow.
There's 3 players.
Hey, Ty,
So when Koulibaly is playing here, most likely, the way I think, if Sterling doesn't play there, then the player that will most likely play here will be Cucurella because Potter trusts him.
Hey, Ty, can I ask a question? Sorry for interjecting.
Yeah.
But when Brighton played with a back 3 last year, how often did they use a 3-5-2 as opposed to a 3-4-3? Do you know that?
I'm not sure how often. Let me find. Okay, I have one open. This is 3-5. This one is again 3-5-1-1. That's
that's the identity.
Yeah, that's. Or is this what they play mainly?
Yeah, that's their identity. It on paper it's a 3-5-2, but when they in game it's 3-5, and that's why I said they especially last season they started to introduce the 4-2-3-1, where because that allows you to switch to that. That's what they mostly use. I mean, it was before that it was 3-4-3, and sometimes it changes to that in game. But most of the time you'd have a Danny Welbeck playing up top, and then you have probably a Solly March or McAllister supporting him, and then what's his name? I don't remember his name. Or you have a Trossard or a Gross playing and it's like that. So sometimes it will be a
so this is a 3-5-2.
Yeah. So that's the identity that they have taken. It's a 3-5-2, 3-4-3 sometimes, and sometimes a 4-2-3-1 or a back 4 or 3-5-1-1.
So when it's 3-5-2, you have Trossard for the forward and not on in the wing back position. So let's see if we can find whereas they played again the 3-4-2-1. Whether if that's the case, whenever he plays a 3-4 to when he prefers playing the wingers in the wing back position. So let's look at all the games they have here. Go ahead, Ty, if you were still saying something.
Yeah, so in terms of that, that is why it's going to be interesting to see. And I mean, there's a lot of optimism. I keep saying I'm optimistic about it because that game was funny. The lessons I was wondering if that's why we got Graham Potter actually, because he what he did to Leicester City, because they took the lead and then Brighton came back, and then after that it just went south for Leicester City after that. So I mean that's the identity that they have. You know, sometimes they'll use a 3-5-2, sometimes a 3-4-3, and sometimes they use a
3-5-1-1.
3-5-1-1.
We've seen it. Okay, we've seen it 3-5-1-1 on 2 occasions now, and it's like, yeah. Even with 3-5-1-1 here, with 3-5-1-1, he still have Trossard in the wing back position.
Oh, and that makes sense. You know, if you think about it, it makes sense because
Let's see if we find something else there.
So it changes to the 3-4-1-2 because if you look at it, I don't remember what you showed where one where Trossard was playing just behind. I think I don't remember before behind that. So it changes. So Trossard is still able to come in because what has happened is that Trossard was one of the players that under Potter improved significantly. There was a huge improvement. He was confident. He was dribbling past players, taking shot, and that is why I feel like that could be a player that we could see coming to Chelsea, because I mean that's one player that there's a lot of trust in Trossard, and I mean we don't really have a player that really offers what he does, other than a Sterling who will dribble past players and you can be confident that he can score. I don't. I can't
And
really
this
think
is
of anybody like that.
yeah, this is a 3-4-2-1, and on 2 occasions we've seen 3-4-2-1. Trossard is in the wing back position.
Yeah.
Is this JC March? That's him, right?
Jesse March. Is it Jesse March, the Leeds manager? Solly March.
Is this Solly March? Okay, Jesse March is
Solly
the
March.
Leeds manager. Okay, it's easy to mix them up. So here's the thing now. I think whenever we've seen the 3-4-2-1 formation, Trossard is usually on the flanks and in the wing back position. So let's see if we'll go further forward if we see anything different again. It's interesting. I think he's going to be very, very unpredictable. Fixtures here for them with just pick any particular game he has. I'm looking at it. I think we've seen this ones. We've seen the Leicester game, the Fulham game, the Leeds game. This one is a cup game. This we've seen that too. Let's see. Even if we have to go into back to last season, maybe that will help us quite a lot. This is club friendlies. They don't have all their games yet. So, but again, he switches it off, but it's not easy to tell what he does. Maybe I'd have to, research his approach more, even look at his previous games during last season to find out what he does whenever he plays a particular position. But with this structure, there's a chance predominantly it will be Raheem Sterling. What do you think, Roger, from what we've looked at?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's, yeah.
It isn't that simple.
No, it's not. But I don't know. He's gonna keep us on our toes, isn't he? I think, which is great when you consider opposing coaches, how they're going to approach us. So, Haaland just scored.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I think if we'll finish the left wing back and the right wing back, I think we should call it then and go watch the game. Then we'll mix up.
That's fine.
Not because of you. I'm just saying it's. I think we should. Then tomorrow we'll mix up the topic. Plus we'll start with another topic and then end with finishing the predicted lineup.
Sure.
Go ahead. You were saying something.
My biggest worry for like the right wing back, is not who starts, is obviously it chooses itself, but who's the backup, and if we're going to use predominantly a 3-5-2 with a back three, then you know what, I would like to see Ruben Loftus-Cheek be utilised there. I think he'd be a great fit.
In the right wing back area.
Yes, with a 5 in the midfield. 3-5-2. I think that will suit him perfectly. But also, what about Cho? What's his name? CHO. He's gone to Germany. He's on loan. Can we get him back after Christmas?
January, I think, and it depends on how the loan is going.
Really? Because I'll be honest with you, I think he would suit that position so well. He would fit in. I think Potter can coach him up. I don't know. I think he'd be brilliant for us.
Yeah, I think so too. What about in the right wing back position? Roger, who do you think starts there?
Well,
I think it's Kings James.
It's Mendy.
Yeah, I think it's James.
It's James,
yeah.
But then who's going to replace him? He cannot play 55 to 60 games a year. I mean, he's gonna. What did he have? Calf injuries last year. I mean, it's because of wear and tear. He's a young person already riding him hard. We have to use him judiciously, shall we say? And we haven't been doing that. So, more importantly, who's going to back him up? That's the key to me, because we need him healthy for the big games. We really do. I think if Cho doesn't come back this season from loan, then I'd like to see Ruben there more than Ziyech or anyone else. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but we don't know what he's going to do there. Ty, how about the right wing back position? Your thoughts?
Where is
I think we should be talking about the rotating player, because we all can agree James probably start. But go ahead if you think he'd do otherwise.
Where is the legendary Christian Pulisic?
You think we'd see him there?
But he plays mainly on the left, though, doesn't he? Primarily.
Here's where, Ty, explain how that's possible. Explain how that's possible if Fofana starts here and James if James isn't, if Fofana starts here, explain how it's possible that Christian Pulisic starts over James here.
No, I thought you said let's talk about players who will be rotating.
Sorry?
James would start and Christian Pulisic is an option that would rotate.
The rotational player, you think Christian Pulisic and not Ruben Loftus-Cheek, but you think Graham Potter would prefer playing Christian Pulisic further forward?
I think something with Christian Pulisic. Christian Pulisic doesn't really offer much in the final third anymore. He did it probably for 4 months, and then after that, it's just been inconsistent. I think the best thing to do to limit his role is to utilize him as that wing back, because he can dribble, he can get past players, he tries to do it a lot.
Yeah, he can.
So that is why I'm full of the sheep being there. But what that also offers is that Ruben Loftus-Cheek is more press resistant. He is able to get past people despite them tackling him and keep his balance at least. So I guess in that sense, if you play Christian Pulisic there as an option, it also helps. But Loftus-Cheek is definitely one that could possibly happen as well, because he has the freedom to press forward without having the demand of being that midfielder who has to be more reserved and tame and not too advanced all the time. So I think Loftus-Cheek is the better option, but I think Pulisic is also an option to consider.
Let's see what those in the chart says. I think Loftus-Cheek has made that position his own, but I get your argument for Christian Pulisic. I was thinking Pulisic further forward, like in the 8th position, but I think you made your argument is good. Being a winger, he most likely to play in the wing back, to be deployed in the wing back position, depending on the structure of the team. the manager decides to deploy. Bobby, I don't know if you're still with us. We want to finish okay. Yeah, we want to finish the right wing back position, and then we'll call it a day. We'll mix the topic. We'll start with another topic tomorrow, then finish the front three. Your thoughts on for the right wing back position? Who do you think rotates with James? Because if Fofana starts here,
yeah, I mean that's an area that we need to definitely get someone. For now, it has to be Ruben, because I don't think there's anybody else that is really cut out to rotate in that position.
I concur.
Yeah, nobody else. I think it has to be Ruben Loftus-Cheek. And those in the chat, 80% thinks it should be Ruben Loftus-Cheek. If you're watching, if you haven't, please take a second to like the video. We're coming to the end of the show so that we can go watch other shows.
Don't you think Callum Hudson-Odoi, sorry, coach, don't you think Callum Hudson-Odoi would fit that role superbly?
Usually on the left-hand side.
Yeah, no, I get it, like Pulisic. But I still think I don't know. I can see him doing that role also.
Yeah, even on the right hand side, I think he will. But I think he prefers staying on the left hand side so he can cut back and shoot. Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that the case for Callum Hudson-Odoi?
Hudson-Odoi.
But we need a proper.
We're asking if it's left or right.
No, we know he's out. We know he's out on loan. For instance, if he returns in January, because the likelihood is that he returns and becomes part of the team, but he usually prefers operating on the left.
Yeah, and it's better on the left than on the right, actually, because we've seen when he was being utilized as that left wing back under Tuchel, he was more he was more useful, especially for Lukaku on that left side.
Yeah, again, if you're watching, if you haven't liked the video, also do subscribe to the channel. Again, let me see what we have here. I think he's left also. Sterling, again, another option. Yeah, that's what we used it there. But Sterling will most likely be picked for these three positions left at the front. It says Sterling has another. Yep, I've read that. And here it says, again, have to go now. Hopefully I can stay longer next time in a suitable time for me. Have a good rest of the day, everyone. Big up, coach. Big up to you too. Yes, like the video. Also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Ciao, brother. Nice to see you. I appreciate that. It says, ciao, just Viola. Again, mind yourself. Okay, Nigerians will read that as you're warning them. Hi guys, says Mr. Hi, it's Mr. Blue again. Hi to you too. Says here, playing music there would get Potter sacked. I get your point in terms of Pulisic not getting game time. Again, it remains to be seen what the club does with him. I don't know. Let's get play again 3, 4, 5 games under Potter. I would see whether Christian Pulisic will be content with what's happening or whether he still push for for an exit. Was it wise for Chelsea to? Sorry.
Do you think Potter can actually coach Tuchel up? Do you think he can get him back to where he was?
He can. He can. I think we've talked about that yesterday. And unfortunately, I have to repeat myself to explain why I think he can. He can because we're talking about the manager who's been able to help a drug addict get his career back on track, a drunk and all that. A player, you think it's over for them. He, revitalize or maybe resurrect their career. That's easier for me to say. But at Chelsea, in those clubs, you could say he needed them. They don't have the money to go for the best players. But at Chelsea, you could say he doesn't have the luxury, even from his own perspective. Results, the owners want results, maybe not instantly, but again, they want results as soon as possible. Yeah, he gets, he gets time now because he just joined the club and because they know he needs time to implement how he prefers the game to approach the game, and that takes time. But still, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd, go into that, route of, trying to spend time on coaching players to become what they are and what they're not before they join Chelsea. But I think it probably be able to motivate players more than Thomas Tuchel did, because he's more of a teacher than he is, you can say, a coach. But he's still a great tactical football mind. Ty, what do you think?
About the what's on the so on the what was on the screen or what you said.
No, whether this again, Roger asked, do we think that he can help? He can help Christian Pulisic, get back to a good form.
Oh, I'm hoping he does his Charizard magic and get him, because Pulisic. I mean, Pulisic for USA is not the Pulisic at Chelsea. He is the face of the team right now, or at least that's what they make him look like. And because of that, there's high expectations from him. And I mean, he was only really that flashy, entertaining player only when we came back in Project Restart, and that was the only time we saw, okay, Pulisic is an influential player. Other than that, I've just seen Pulisic as a rotational player. He's not a player that you'd say, okay, he needs to be played because he does this or he does that. But I'm hoping Graham Potter can do that. But I mean, like you were saying, and it's smart what Graham Potter did. If Graham Potter had an intention of becoming a manager, I mean, him, going to university to study emotional intelligence and to help players in that sense, in terms of man management and helping them being their personal psychiatrist. It's good, because I've always said that we need these players need to see a psychiatrist, because they have some mentality issue where if they're not arrogant, they seem
I'd say
to
I'd rather say a psychologist.
Well, they're so young. They're so young. Look, I mean, the average person as a professional football player, I remember when I was 21 to 24. I mean, come on, we're immature, and we don't exactly mature as fast as females do psychologically. So, and then you put in where you have egos around, and then you add a few million a year. It's easy to take that approach in life. I can't fault most of them.
Yeah, but I think I understand your point right there. Big up Kuchila, the panel, and everyone in the chat. Big up my brother DJ. So nice to see you. Find time join the chat again. Unfortunately, it will be ending soon so that we can go watch the game. The fact we have to rotate a James with a winger or whatever the RSC is, what again? Finish sentence again. Yeah, again the manager's approach. You could argue. But James is good enough that if he's fit, he starts over traditional wingers who, because you both have shown he likes to start wingers in the wing back position. Again, Bobby responded saying big up to DJ Saab. Pulisic and Ziyech should not start or come, or come off the bench. Both don't want to be at Chelsea Football Club. Again, Werner and Cho should have stayed. When you look at that, whose fault is it that they left? I don't know. Go ahead. Were you saying something?
I was saying that Werner wanted to leave.
Yeah,
so why would Werner say if he wanted to leave? He wanted to leave as well.
Yeah, and I'm all for Werner leaving.
I love
because
Werner.
no matter how you see it, I'm all for him leaving for his own good. No matter how you see it, sorry?
Look at what he's doing right now at RB Leipzig. He's having his happiest life, man. He's living his best life.
He feels at home. And again, at Chelsea, he'd never have a stretch of time where you can say he put on the fighting and also his performances will be coming in patches and only against teams that don't defend deep. So again, he's better off leaving Chelsea and being where he is right now for his own good and for the club's own good. And again, I loved Werner due to his work rate. He never sulks. Yeah.
Yes. He was a consummate professional. And you know what? I'm being selfish as a Chelsea fan, not what's best for him. I really wanted him to be a success. I think his upside, his potential is huge. But the Premier League is not suitable, especially our opposition, because they play a low block, which is the antithesis of what we need from him. We need more expansive games where he can, exploit his potential, and that was very rarely the case. You're right, Coach. He needs room to exploit. due to his speed.
Yeah.
But
Again,
from
I
a selfish
trust.
perspective, I really wanted him to stay. To succeed.
No, I don't want him to stay because it's done ugly. Again, I know the fans love him, but majority hate him as well.
Yeah.
Again, it wouldn't make
Also,
any. It wouldn't have made any sense.
I just want to say one thing. No matter what transpires this season, I'm adamant. I want to see Ruben Loftus-Cheek play more, regardless
will
of
play
position.
more.
I just think I really want him to. I think he's recovered fully from his injury. You can see that he's playing with confidence. Physically, he's back to where he was prior to his injury. He really is, and I think he's got his upside is even more is greater. I think he's a hidden gem. He really is, and he's entering his peak. He's, what is he, 26, and your peak is like 28 or so. So he hasn't even reached his peak theoretically. I really want him to see a lot more of him play. I think he could be a star for us. I really do.
I think
Just
he
not
will,
sure
but
where.
I think he'd play he'd play in the number 8 position. Let me just say for the forward. Ty, what do you think will happen with Ruben Loftus-Cheek? I know he will play, but the question is whether you think he'll play more.
I'm hoping Graham Potter does what he did against Salzburg and play him more advanced, because I think that was the best moments. I mean, Mauricio Sarri under Mauricio Sarri, he was playing in that position and he scored a few goals there. I mean that is his best position. The unfortunate thing is that his shooting ability has drastically fallen. He's not the same. I mean, he used to be that influential player when Mauricio Sarri used to rotate, and you could rely on him to score goals, or at least create something. And sometimes he can do that, but I think the best position for him is probably in that role. And I think based on where he's played, especially when he's gone on loan, that is the position that he's thrived the most in. So I think the best thing to do is to play him there. I'm hoping he doesn't do what Tuchel was doing and play him as that deep midfielder, because I would hate to see it, because he's not that player. And I think the best way to get the best out of him is to play him in that advanced role. But that will also give Graham Potter a lot of headaches, because there's other players that people think are the face of Chelsea that I won't speak about. So,
Good headaches.
It is what it is.
Because you know what? It's a luxury to have. It's to be spoiled with choices. It's a coach's dream. I think we have depth. We have depth in virtually every position. I can't think of a position we don't have depth.
Not with a proper balance though.
Can you expand on that? What do you mean, sir?
For instance, in the midfield area, we have depth. Well, we don't have, midfielders that are known for their creative ability in terms of creating chances. Even in the 8, so we have depth. We don't. It's not with proper balance. It's just you can say we have players. Not that has changed a bit, but majority of the players we have in the team, they need space to operate. Without space, they struggle. When you press them aggressively, they struggle to progress the ball. They seek safer options like going backwards or sideways. And that's my argument.
Yeah, lack of creativity, and maybe on the training ground that can come to fruition where we can work on that. You saw that, I thought, in the Salzburg game where Jorginho was placing first touch passes into the middle like 3 or 4 times, which he did a few times last year and the year before. So maybe he's been, maybe on the training ground, the coach has been saying this is what you need to do more often than not, emphasizing it. So maybe that will be a staple for us going forward. Who knows?
Difficult, though. It's difficult because
we have a poor man's Pirlo, don't we?
Yeah, but the thing is too. I mean, you're gonna rarely play against teams that will be sitting that deep and not pressing.
A lot of them.
Yeah,
yes, the majority.
And against Salzburg, if you realize Salzburg were sitting a bit deep, so he had the opportunity to make his next move. He didn't have to rush and say, okay, I need to make a quick pass here, and I need to do that. But I know what you're talking about. I remember he made some excellent passes into the box, and
Yes.
I think Aubameyang had one opportunity, but he just missed him, and so I guess
Exactly.
it can work, but he has the ability, and I keep saying that we've seen it. He's done it. He's gone assist doing it. I remember he
Yes.
did it for not bro Kai Havertz, where against Newcastle, where he scored in the
First,
89th
yes,
minute.
a no-look pass, wasn't it? A beautiful no-look
Yeah.
pass.
And then
Yes.
and Tammy Abraham too, where Tammy Abraham in Lampard's first
Oh, I
season,
miss him.
twice, where Tammy Abraham kicked it over the goalkeeper's head, and then he went into I think it was against Watford, and I don't know what team it was. I think it was Burnley and Watford, where he made those passes, so he has the
Good
ability.
memory.
Yeah, he has the ability, but the space is the problem, and I don't really think Jorginho is really press resistant in terms of that. He
No.
struggles with the pressure, and sometimes he doesn't make the quickest decision when he needs to, and that is why especially against Spurs, where he had a good game, he all of that was undone after he made that decision that
Oh, in
led
the
to
box.
Højbjerg's
Yeah.
goal. So
Yeah.
I think
But you know what though, with
50-50.
three in the with three in the midfield, I think Jorginho may thrive more. We may see a different version.
Perhaps.
You know, if you play with 3-5-2, where those two wing backs plus the three midfielders, I think that could afford him, the luxury, and we have the more defensive two additional or one additional midfielder where we can actually account for him, because when we don't have the ball, as I've said a million times, he's a liability. So maybe he can emphasize more on his positives, his attributes that we can exploit that. So who knows? I don't know. But definitely when Kante's not playing, we're a different team. But if Kante isn't playing and we have three in the midfield, maybe that will compensate for that, and we could be back to normal again. That's my logic.
Yeah, I totally understand. While I'm still with you, Roger, I think 75% wants us to finish it today. So let's try and give it a shot. But I wanted to end it so people who wants to go watch other games can go watch it. I think we're almost done. Do you guys think we can finish it, Ty? What do you think? Do you think we can get it done?
Yeah.
It's possible if you want to end it or not.
Yeah, so that tomorrow we can just focus on another topic. But if we watch subsequent games and see things changing, we can come back to it and readjust. Again, let me start with you, Bobby. I don't know if you're there. Bobby, if you're there, your 2-8, your choices for the 2-8. And if you're in the chat, let us know your choices for the 2-8. If I'm going to do a poll, I don't even know how to pair them, but let me give it a shot anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to say this out of faith, because I don't know what's happening with Zakaria. And I think that Kante, as brilliant as he is, he has to be rotational because of his fitness. And
no, I'm saying 2-8 actually 2-8.
Yeah. Oh, the 8s. Okay.
The 8s, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that one isn't simple.
It has to be. For me, we have to use Havertz and Mount as the primary two. The others will rotate with them.
Yeah.
What we have on the screen, Sterling isn't Sterling. Sterling is just a rotational. That's he's not the starting in the wing back position. So Sterling still probably will be one of the 8s if that's the case. If someone else starts in the wing back position, in the left wing back position, so Sterling will probably most likely be one of the 8s. I'm thinking.
Yeah. Well, if we're thinking like that, for me, it's Sterling and Havertz. It's Sterling and Havertz.
Yeah. Ty, your thoughts?
Honestly, right now when I think about this, I have to think that anybody. I'm going to say something that's very controversial. I'm going to say anybody except for Mason Mount at this point. Right now, Mason Mount, I don't know what's going on.
But we're saying again, overall, forget the current form. Overall, on his day, let's assume he's firing on all cylinders. He's fine.
On his day as well, I just don't know what he really offers other than than
Yeah, I see the
passing
fight
the ball to.
you're starting on Twitter, but go ahead.
Honestly, I honestly don't know anybody except for Mo. But I mean,
Really?
it's impossible that Mason Mo is not included. So I have to accept defeat and say, well, for Mason, I don't think Mason Mo would get into at least what I would say, and I would say Sterling. It's difficult because even Havertz right now, I'm not even keen on Havertz even playing as that eight behind the striker. Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to say Sterling and I'm just gonna say Sterling and Mount because I don't really think there's any other player that actually is gonna be playing. So Sterling and Mount for me at least.
I'm not sure the name actually Bobby gave me. Did he say Stalin? He said
Mount.
Havertz. He mentioned Havertz, right?
No, Mount. He said Sterling and Mount latterly.
Oh, Stalin and Mount. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And Ty, you said who and who?
Yeah, I'm saying Sterling and Mount.
Stalin and Mount. Okay. Let's see who those in the chat. They choose. Surprisingly, I'm saying Stalin Pulisic, but I think it's changing. But Roger, how about you?
So I think Sterling on the left and then Mount on the right. Yes, I agree with that. But if we play a 3-5-2, I think Sterling plays as the wing back, and then I would like Broja and Kai, two big men up front. That's my honest thing. That's what I think. But right now in this configuration, yes, Sterling and Mount.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
continue
big
with the
on Mount.
4-3-3 version tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't respectfully really really agree with Ty's observation on Mount, but I respect his opinion very much.
No, he knows that quite well.
But yeah, I think, as I've said so many times, I think it's not just what you do on the ball, it's what you do off the ball. Not only when they have possession, but when we have possession, what he does. If he makes runs to open up for other people, there's many aspects to the game other than just having the ball. What you do with the ball, a la Werner. Werner did so much, without having the ball. When we have the ball and when we don't, that's why I respect him so much. He makes intelligent runs, and I think Mount to a certain extent. But he's gone off the ball. He is, well. I can say that for the whole team. Really, he's lost his touch. He's not as clinical. Even Reece was just like, uncharacteristically, just wasn't. It's so. I brought up a stat, and I just want to mention this. When we drew with Man U last year, we had 24 shots compared to their 3, 6 on target compared to their 2, 15 corners compared to their 2. That's 21 more shots. It's like, wow. And
That's horrendous.
Were they playing with like 15, 20 players on the field, blocking everything? It's like we have not been clinical historically for the last couple of years. And that needs to change. I don't know whether this can be addressed on the training ground, or maybe they're just not talented enough to score enough goals. Who knows? But it's consistent. It's not just an aberration. It's consistently week in, week out for over a season to 2 seasons where we have not been clinical, but we have created so many chances. So this tells me that this is a trend. This isn't an exception. This is the rule.
Yeah, again, whether no matter how anybody sees it, I think Mount is after Jorginho, he's the next player that divides opinion the most in the Chelsea fan base.
Wow, I don't know. I'm looking. When I look at a player, I don't care whether he came from the Cobham system. I mean, I'm pleased that he does, or no matter who hit that person may be. But I'm just saying that it's irrelevant to me. I try to look at a player objectively, like even Jorginho, who I'll be honest with you, I can't stand most of the time. But I also see his positives. I try to be objective as possible and not bring in my personal views of a player. I look at Jorginho, I'm like, he has the potential to do A, B, and C. However, those are usually compounded with D, E, and F. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I look at Mount and I see far more positive attributes than negative. That's my observation.
Again,
That doesn't mean I'm right.
I haven't. The only issue I have with Mount right now is I think he's been overplayed. He needs again a mental break.
Yeah.
Because for instance, what happened on Thomas Tuchel, he played him and played the life and brain out of the kid.
Actually,
and then he got tired. And the issue is, even when he was mentally tired, if you bring him on, he still run for you 90 minutes. So the only thing that will show you that he's mentally tired is his final, his decision making.
How many games did he play for us under Tuchel? I wonder. I'd like to know how many games he has played.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers, but he was played. He was the players, one of the players that played us the most games.
And he put in a lot of mileage.
All you need to know is that he's played over 100 games already. So
really,
that's all you need to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's that can affect you mentally, no matter how.
No, I totally agree, Coach.
Yeah. So here, DJ Zaf says at least Werner made an effort. If he started or came off the bench, Pulisic and Ziyech, lazy players, man. I'm sorry. I respect them because they are our players, but watch those two. Again, embarrassing displays. Again, you can say one thing about Timo, he never sulks. Even on his worst day, he keeps running, keep putting in the effort until the man in the middle blows the whistle. And you can say that's one of the reasons why it was, even for those that hate that he misses quite a lot of chances, they still love them because they sang his name because he puts in the effort, even on his worst day. But some people, if they don't start games, when you see them on the pitch, you can tell that they're disinterested. That they don't want to be there. They're just being there for the sake of being there. Again, DJ, thank you for that. I love Timo sad. He had to leave. Again, he had to leave also. Plus, I don't think the Premier League suits him. Like we've established before, he's a player who operates with quite a lot of spaces. And when that isn't there, he struggles. Better for him to leave. And you see he's doing quite well in Germany right now.
Coach, he's a consummate professional.
Yeah, he is. He is, exactly. I cannot wait for Diego Costa to get match fitness. I hope he tears it up at Wolves. Usually, I hope he starts performing in a manner that we start calling him Agent Costa, because he'll be scoring against our biggest opponents and sure they lose games. Again, I think he's Chelsea 3-3. If he gets to play against Wolves, probably that derby spirit would kick in. Because he, as a Chelsea player, we know what he does against Spurs, how he fights against Spurs. So I think he'd do well against them. He'd do well against Arsenal. Those teams that he played against, derby in the derbies when he played for Chelsea Football Club, I think those games, it will be interesting to see. The Costa that shows up in this game, I think he'll be on another level, even if he's underperforming before time. I agree. Costa, again, I think would do well. He would do well. William got an assist yesterday, right? I think he did. Okay. Oh, okay. Wolves down 10 men. Yeah, it gets better for them. They're 2-0 down already. Let me see anything else to address here. Okay, Ty has the link to his channel. Again, if you haven't, go check out his channel. And again, I know Roger can attest to that.
Yeah, it's a good channel. It's really good.
Great content, and one of his best videos is the one where he talked about the anti-Glazers clause that was inserted on the contract for the Chelsea for Chelsea's sale to the current owners. That video, again, you can say one of the best in terms of understanding what the anti-Glazers clause means. I think you need to go watch the video yourself. Go ahead, Roger. Were you saying something?
It's the highest viewed video.
Yeah.
The highest viewed video, yeah.
I've only watched a couple of his prior to coming on. But I intend to watch them all. And I was very impressed. I told you, I was moved by his reaction of Tuchel. There's just the shock and the sincerity in which Ty showed. It was great video.
I did it straight. The funny thing is, I woke up, I went on Twitter, and then I just see Chelsea FC Chelsea can today confirm that they have parted company with Thomas Tuchel. I was like, what? I just recorded. I was like, well,
I felt the same way, Ty. I felt exactly. I can relate to you because I was dumbfounded.
Yeah, that shocked all of us.
It really resonated with me. So well done.
Yeah, just go ahead. While you guys are talking about, let me share the link to the sister channel because we'll be having a lot of shows there.
Also, I want to talk about from Mount on the number 8. I think obviously the rotational player. I'll use that term here. I think it has to be Gallagher.
Yeah, I think he has to be. He's the one that provides what. He's the one that that offers what Mount offers. That energy, the running throughout the game. Go ahead.
He may end up being the starter. Mount may lose his starting place, and where Mount could be coming on at the 70th minute. You never know. Gallagher could surpass him, but I wouldn't be surprised. So. Ty, there you go. and I think
Ty, what do you think to what Roger just said? Do we still have you there, Ty? Bobby, how about you? What do you think to what Roger just said?
My mic was not muted.
Yeah.
Unmuted.
Okay. Go ahead, Ty. Go ahead, Ty.
Should I go or let Bobby go?
He's suggesting that again. That Gallagher would be the most natural.
I was just going to say that I agree with Roger. I personally think that with time, you're going to find that Gallagher's going to take over from Mount, especially if he starts scoring. Yeah. If he starts scoring, Mount will be the one rotating with him and not the other way around.
This is a luxury we have. I'm looking at our team, and I actually created a few spreadsheets last night for different formations, just like we're doing. And I'm looking at it overall, and I'm thinking we actually have on paper a very deep squad for the first time in a long time. I'm Aubameyang. I'm a little bit the jury's out for me on him, but it's early days yet. I'm confident that in 12 months' time we'll be looking back and saying Broja was a steal. We got lucky with him. I'm quite confident of that. I don't know how many goals he will score because it's not all about scoring goals. It's about either assisting or making runs into a channel that creates opportunities for others, etc., etc. I think he can be a solid player. He reminds me of Costa. His physicality.
We produced him.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Still maybe in the sense of not letting him go.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, I know we produced him. I know he's been with us for a long time. But I'm just saying I'm so glad we didn't sell him. I really didn't want Werner to go, and I really didn't want Cho to go, and I didn't want Broja to go. So I'm glad he's still with us because I thought he was going. About 6 weeks ago, I was adamant he was going. So I'm happy he stayed. And I think he has a bright future for us. I really do. That's my opinion. Look, on depth, on paper, I really do. Especially with the goalkeeping situation. We have depth everywhere across the board. But I know what you're saying about the midfield coach. But I think for Sterling, I think you're gonna crucify me for saying this, but I think hopefully it's going to be Pulisic. I'm hoping that Pulisic can make a good replacement for him.
As much as I'd like to see that as an American, I don't think it happened. Especially if this is the structure.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Again, like I said,
I'm talking about. Let's see what he can do with him. If Potter can turn his game around and he can reach the heights which we have assumed that he would have reached by now, then wow. This is my logic. But it's early days yet.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I'll come back to Ty in a bit. In this setup, it's right wing back Mount, Ziyech, left wing back Sterling, Pulisic, again, Aubameyang, Havertz. That may well be the case, but we'll see. Again, Sterling on the left. Yep, he's on the left already. Again, Mount accused all level of creativity on the wings. If he's on the wings, yeah, okay. He's poor on the wing, and as a 10 should just drop him a play. That's serious. Again, some people, again, like I said, Mount after was it Timo Werner who again after Jorginho is the next player that divides opinion the most among Chelsea fans. Is that 25 goals plus? Yeah, but the numbers are actually on his side. Even though I think sometimes he's unnecessarily selfish. That's how I see it. But I still think he needs to stay out of the team, get the rest, and maybe recoup, or maybe rest that is from a mental perspective, not just because he's tired or something. Again, that and only having a 3 open player assist, that number should be even higher. But if you look at his number, the 2 previous season, or just what season again? That's the year he had one of the best numbers. That was one. It was Timo Werner who had the best in terms of numbers, goal contributions, and all that. And you were talking about Mount's creativity. Again, a lot of Mount's assists came from corner kicks. Wow, that's serious. Talk about being specific here.
Or wide.
Again,
don't forget about
sorry?
it. Or wide.
Mount 53 games played, 13 goals, 16 assists, and 3,785 minutes played. Werner 37 games played, 11 goals, 6 assists, and 2,215 minutes played. Well, again, if you haven't, please, here's the link to our sister channel. Go and subscribe. Again, we're applying lots and lots of shows there. The first person that will start presenting there or independently, let me put it that way, will be Ishan Bohadra. Again, the plans are in place. I think the delay was due to the time difference. Me missing the meeting because of all the you can say engagements that I have. But once it starts again, it will take up, and there's no looking back. Again, here's the link to our sister channel. Help us get it to 100 subscribers as soon as possible. Just Viola, the queen of the house, just shared the link there. How many open plays? Again, I'm not going to get into the argument. You guys should slug it out there in the chat. Don't let his current form distract you. His current form is where I'm focused. I think on his day he does well.
I don't know what good form that is.
Sorry?
I don't know how good he is. What do you mean by how good he is? Because I still struggle to understand Mount. I don't understand Mount one bit. Maybe it's just me, but I just don't understand what his role is and what his personality really is.
Yeah, again, I think the England, who cost England argument is starting in the chat, and I'm not going to be part of that one. I hope swap Ziyech with Cavaradona. I'm going to have to research this player, but thank you, Santiago Munoz, for sharing that. I don't know him, but I think...
a player.
You know him that well? Ty, go ahead with what do you think?
Oh my gosh, no, man. I think they probably said the wrong name.
You think the name is misspelled? Is that what you think?
Who are we talking about here? Who is it then?
I don't know the player. Maybe Ty knows, not me.
The name is that's the club. I think they spelled it wrong. That's not the name of the player. I think I know what he's talking.
Okay.
He plays for a club called Cavaradona. At least that's what I think he is.
Not familiar.
He's talking about from Oh yeah. He's talking to play at Napoli. He helped to smash from Liverpool.
Sorry, Kanye just woke up. He was arguing with somebody whose name is part of his name is Mount Out.
I did that myself, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he just woke up. He described and said, "Oh my gosh, like what am I doing here?" He just realized he's never gonna win that.
I can relate. That's funny. That's hysterical.
Yeah, go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, he's 21. He's 21. He plays for Napoli, and he is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's from Georgia.
Oh, Georgia, the neighboring country to Germany, is European. So it's from Georgia.
Yeah,
He's European.
it's Russian rule and every blah blah blah. I don't want to
Yeah.
go deep into that, but yeah, he's a good player. He's 21 and he helped to smash Liverpool. I don't know. I think it was 4-0 or something like that. I don't remember 4-1, 3-1. I don't remember.
I know. I think I know what you're talking about.
So he's a good
yeah.
player. He's a good player. So I guess swap him with Ziyech. I will not say no to that because Ziyech does not look interested. He hasn't looked interested since school came to the club. Actually, I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's come to an end. I mean, congratulations. He won 3 trophies at the club. Fantastic. No, you can leave the club. I mean, Werner won 3 trophies and then he left. You can leave as well. He don't look interested. He doesn't look interested. So let him go to Napoli.
His mind's not here. Yeah.
Who are you talking about, Ty?
Ziyech.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I think he will eventually leave. Yeah, but I really do not. I liked him. He's a player I liked before, but my like for him has dropped to near zero right now. Given I don't know if I should say his behavior on the pitch is, his bad plays due to him not wanting to play for the club anymore. It seems as if that's the case. I don't. To go out for time, got to try a second.
This guy's funny.
Yeah, he is really again. But that's why I'm having a laugh.
The guy was too cool. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And let me say this quickly. I'm not gonna get into the England fight. You guys should just go ahead with it. There. Yeah. Whose what is it? Mount is a good player, but he has to, master a footballing trait. Now he is no longer that kid. Either he masters assisting or shooting because both are not that good. You can argue. I think that is my own personal opinion. I think, unfortunately for Mount, people when they judge him, they don't look beyond his industry. I think the focus is so much on his industry, on his energy, on how much he runs on the pitch. Gallagher's
the same. Gallagher's in the same mold, in my opinion.
Yeah, and maybe he should himself refocus the path of of what he wants to do on the pitch. Not the running too much takes away a lot from his game. That's how I see it. I think we have a very good player in him.
But look at, you know what though, Coach? Look at the second half versus Salzburg. Have you seen the game a second time? Watch what he does. He was amazing in that game in the second half. He intervened. He ran back. He basically saved a goal for in the.
I saw that one. Yeah, and that was a defensive.
He made that tackle.
Yeah, that was a good defensive contribution.
And he was doing this. I deliberately, when I watched it a second time, I deliberately kept an eye on him more than most other players. And he played with so much determination. His dribbling, if you notice, he was fouled twice on 2 separate occasions, and he kept the ball and he carried on. He was a man on a mission. He played with.
And I honestly don't like. Here's the thing, Roger.
Yeah.
I think playing him in a different position that he's played all the while on, again, I think he gets confused even more. Settling isn't going to be easy for him. He needs to readjust again.
I totally agree.
Go ahead, Roger.
Reset. Yes.
Yeah, he needs to reset again to adapt to the new position.
He's burnt out, maybe physically and mentally, or maybe one. Who knows? I'm not in his shoes, but I think he's an industrious person because there are a lot of players. You can say conversely, well, all he does is run around. Well, that's the minimum required for a football player. But you'd be amazed how many players don't do that. You'd be amazed, and they rely on their talent. He's not blessed with great speed or size per se, but he's not lacking with it either. And he plays larger than his size indicates. Does he have room for improvement? Of course he does. He's a very young player.
He's still young.
Now, 22.
He's still young, but the problem is Yeah, go ahead.
I think he's in his early 20s. I forgot, so I'm sorry for not knowing his age, but he's nowhere even near his peak time. So he has room to grow. His upside is huge. But conversely, people could say, well, he's not going to improve anymore. That could be the case. He could have reached this peak. We don't know. But traditionally speaking, he has room for improvement. His upside is there. So his potential is there, especially with a coach like Potter. Who knows? I like Gallagher. I see Gallagher in the same mold. He's bigger, stronger, faster. It's a good thing to have. I think this affords Chelsea a luxury of a dilemma for virtually a lot of positions. This is a wonderful thing to have.
Yeah, it is, but never easy.
Like Mount again.
Sorry, Ty.
Roger is starting to make me like Mount again.
So hold on, I just have one thing to say. Come to the dark side.
Yeah, and here we have again. Says a good stream, guys. Again, catch you all later. Off to play badminton. Yeah, just keep making people jealous. Now, catch you on your next stream. Everyone, smash the like button, please, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have just 36 likes, yes, but we have fewer people today. Probably because there are games on and all that. This happens every time there are games, but that's not a problem. Also, Sterling is starting to score on the regular. It's very good to see. And that was why I argued people jump into the conclusion that Arsenal signed the better of the two players from Man City. I said, just hold on. By the time we get mid-season or the end of the season, let's bring that argument up. Again,
I wanted Jesus. I wanted Jesus.
I think it's younger. I'm not. You said
I'm not a detractor of Sterling, but I'm not his biggest fan, based on the fact that his first touch is, as I said before on this channel, I've watched a lot of him since he was at Liverpool, for England and for City, and he makes incredibly intelligent runs, but his first touch is lacking more often than not. He's not that technical in that regard. I've seen him have incredible first touches, but on the average, he loses the ball far more often than he should do. And I prefer Gabriel Jesus. Jesus
was my preference because I thought he'd make him. Yeah.
Yeah. He's
Jesus.
He's yeah, I like him a lot. And the fact that he went to a team like Arsenal is a double whammy, in my opinion. That's just pouring salt in the wound. It really is. But I don't know. I would have taken Jesus over Sterling quite easily.
But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I wanted Jesus over Sterling, but again, I after some looking at it, I think we signed. We needed leadership there. We needed an experienced player up closer to in that area, and I think Sterling is a better signing. But we'll find out. Mount is Chelsea's gems mill now. I get that. I hope you guys got that. I get that one too. Is there any site where we can watch the replay of Chelsea games on the Chelsea website proper, especially if you have the fifth stand up? You can find replays of games. Usually Champions League matches takes a while before you find the replay of Chelsea games there. And if you have Peacock, sorry, Ty, you were saying something?
I know a website that as soon as it's done, it's up for replay, but it's illegal.
Yeah. And if you have Peacock, you see the replays of most Premier League games there and all that. Yeah. So on the website, you can find them, but usually not on the match day proper. Champions League takes longer before you find it on the website. 100 the whole game. That answers. I hope that answers your questions. Let me see. Saying hello tonight, but just quickly, let's plug in these names here and call it a day as soon as possible, so we all can go again. Says he wanted Richarlison. Richarlison, again, he has the spirit, but I'd argue he's not the most technically gifted. And that was the reason why I didn't want him. But I was all for, if the manager wanted him, let's go for him. Chelsea Blue says, I hope Potter works on Kai, Mount, and Pulisic to be stronger and improve their football IQ. All three, once under pressure, would lose the ball in 5 seconds. It's almost expected we lose, we lose the ball then in the final third. That's a serious good observation there. Again, that board, can you call me Quinn too? Okay. Yeah, I remember that. There was a day I don't know what I programmed, and he was calling the men in the chat queen, and I was like, "What the heck did I do that?" I think it Kami that he called that. But that's by the way again. So now we have the 2-8. Again, the chat thinks it will be Stalin and Mount, which we think it will be. And I think if it's not Stalin, it will most likely be Havertz. Yeah, it will most likely be Havertz.
Really?
Again, I think so. That's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Pulisic there. But yeah, Kai is playing better. But yeah, I don't know.
Kai, what do you think? Go ahead. Sorry, you were still talking, Roger.
Yeah, it all depends if Kai's going to be playing in number 9 or not centrally. So that all depends who's playing up front in the central positions, and that's yet to be determined. I would prefer Broja and Kai over anyone else up front, and then if that is the case, then I would have Sterling as the alternative rotation, shall we say? But that's once again predicated on who's playing in the number 9 spot.
Yeah, it's a very very tight one. Again, let me see.
Good problem to have.
Quite. I would say it's quite agreed with this setup, but in my view, Ziyech should take the place of Mount and Mendy to be, better, but to be between the sticks. And you're sure you're not being, biased about Mendy again? I found myself doing that as an African again who want an African goalkeeper to start for Chelsea for a goalkeeper at Chelsea Football Club. But here's the thing again. Yeah, it's actually not that simple.
Coach.
Sorry?
Coach, they're both good keepers. When they're on form, I don't know who to choose. It's a toss-up, and I'm English. So I'm being neutral here. Mendy's, when he's on form, he's seriously a very good keeper indeed. Yes, he's not as technical with his feet, but he's a great keeper for us.
Yeah, I think he is. And here says, Kachila, it's still really? It's still calling Kami Queen. I gotta look at the program in there, or maybe just delete it and redo it later. Okay, a Chelsea perspective, can you do a Todd Bowley and I don't know if I'm able to change the name without looking at the beautiful game. Last question: how does Chile fit in Porter's system? Probably most likely the left wing back position. That's the only option. I don't know Chile playing the left centre back position. What do you think, Ty or Bobby? Whatever you have time, Bobby, you can always come in. I know you haven't spoken for a while, probably watching the game at the same time.
No, I'm working actually at the same time. What was the topic? What position are we at?
The question is, this question on the screen says, last question from Chelsea. He's asking, how does Chile fit in Porter's system? To me, there's only one position, but your thoughts?
Who fits in Porter's system?
Chile, Ben Chilwell, how does it fit?
Well, Chile has to be part of the wing-back rotational system. We want strength in depth. This is what we have. It doesn't mean to say he won't get game time. He may not play every single game, but I think that's good for him. If he wants to be injury-free, I think that's the best thing for him. There's healthy competition there. There are times where they can both play. There are times where they will have to play instead of each other. There are times where they can come off the bench. I think it's an excellent situation. It's just like the Mount Gallagher situation. I think that's the same thing. There are times where they will play instead of each other. There are times where they can both play. There are times where one of them will come off the bench. I get a feeling Mount may not like it too much because he wants to be depended on. But the problem with that is that if he wants to be depended on, then his output has to be better. And until he gets that level of output, you can't expect to play irreplaceably like Messi if you're not
He's
performing like.
ultra competitive, isn't he?
Sorry?
He's ultra competitive, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure he's going to like it, but it is what it is. I'm not really.
But productivity is the name of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love Mount. As I've said, I've seen him as a very young child. I've met his dad, but it's a brutal sport at the top, and he's got to learn to score goals. That's his biggest deficiency. All that running around, that's why I said in the last stream. Sometimes players use that to camouflage for their deficiencies. But there comes a time where you can't hide. And I just have this feeling that the person that will run around in that position as well as score is going to be Gallagher. And that's where he will have a problem.
I hope so. Because Gallagher does not have my convincing yet. The man, he needs to make. He makes flashy decisions. He makes quick movements, and he just loses the ball because he doesn't think. He doesn't calculate the next move. He just passes the ball, and he doesn't look at what the flow is. It's not. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, with Potter, you move the ball quicker, and that's what he likes. He likes a little one touch here. You make a pass here, and so probably works for Gallagher, but I don't know. He hasn't convinced me yet because he played as the 8 at least for one game, and he was still making some weird decisions. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, just one second. Here this. I've been trying to hold my services. ZX should be on the right wing of the plane to Ajax. Oh my goodness. That's really not nice.
It's a 2 flight. It's a 2-hour flight. Easy.
Okay, I get it. Okay. If Sterling again is left wing back, we have Cucurella. Again, I actually don't know if Chilwell has a spot in this team. It could be sold to. No, I think he stays. If instantly, here's what's going to happen. And remember, I told you this. I don't think Chilwell leaves. He's a good player, and I know Potter fully well knows that. I think instead of Chilwell not playing, we'd see a situation whereby Koulibaly will be predominantly a rotational player with Silva. It's either he's playing or Silva will playing, and I think he'd be content with that because there's more than enough game for him. He himself also isn't that young and won't be playing that much game. His game time needs to be managed sparingly. Some will say, yeah, he's going to the World Cup. Yeah, but he plays too much and gets injured. Oh yeah, what did I do again? That just Viola is, I spelled Pulisic. Yeah, that's the way it should be spelled. CH. What the heck? Forget English words sometimes.
It's Croatian. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. The pronunciation is what I know. That's why sometimes if I spelled the young, I spelled it with a Y instead of J. Why isn't pronounced the Jong? So just forget. I'm not going to get into the argument of how words should be pronounced. So as I was explaining, I think Chilwell has a place here, most likely because Ty has also explained that Cucurella played predominantly in the left center back position for Brighton. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ty.
Oh yeah, on when they played, yes, but on paper it was left wing back, left centre back.
Yeah, so again, Chilwell has a place. Rather than Chilwell not having a place, the other option is Koulibaly rotating with Silva, and Chilwell he does have a place in this team, believe me. Yeah, that really cracked me up, and I was trying holding my laughter because somebody was talking then because it'd be rude to bust into laughter while somebody still talking. Or if Cucurella plays left centre back, Sterling at left wing back, then Chilwell will provide excellent competition. We already have depth there. It's serious competition, Yeah, Lucas Jasviola tried to shun me in public because I added an H there. It's not bad. That's the way it sounds pronounce it and tell me it doesn't sound Pulisic. Again, who is stop, please. I need to move on so we can round up this show. Appen says again, Mount is a good player and a very industrious one at that. When playing as a central midfielder in a 3-5-2, but playing him as a right winger reduces his abilities. His ability. You could argue that, but here's the thing. My argument is him switching to a different position that he's played all this while under Thomas Tuchel would just end up confusing the guy. Again, he needs to reset again to readapt. Coach, again, this latest poll is ruining my set. Yeah, Ziyech, Gallagher, Pulisic, probably all the players he doesn't like. I get it. Okay, that's, by the way, again, who starts? Again, I'm looking, who rotates with Mount? That's the question. Majority thinks it's going to be Gallagher. Again, I honestly,
for sure.
if that's the structure, you can say Gallagher is like for Mount, but the only difference is he probably gets into the box more often than Mount does. I think he does that more often than Mount does. But we'll see. I'll end it 9 votes. I think I'll end it. Let's do the number 9 position, and I'll start with you, Bobby. Who do you think starts as the number 9 man? If we get that one done, we can call it a day.
You know, the instinctive thing to say will be Aubameyang, but I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say Broja. I think we might need to see some. You know, if Graham Potter really wants to announce himself as one of the elite coaches in world football, he now has an opportunity to create a new offensive star to rival the likes of Haaland, who's not that much older than him, mind. Haaland's not that much older than
Broja.
Broja, you know, Broja's what, 21? Haaland's what, 22? So, you know, this is a huge opportunity, and I would make number 1 Broja and rotational Aubameyang.
Yeah, for me it will be Broja, but unfortunately the chat will ruin us. It will ruin it for us today. Let's see what happens. What they do. Ty, your thoughts before I go to Roger. Ty, who do you think starts as the number 9?
The one, the only, Armando Broja, the future Diego Costa.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think so too. But I'm still I fear the chat will ruin it for us. Go ahead, Roger.
I thought Ty was going to say the one, the only Mount. No, I'm just kidding. Just messing with you, sir. No, I totally concur wholeheartedly. Bro, yeah, I see Diego Costa in him in so many facets. I really do. Maybe he proves me wrong. Maybe he ends up not scoring ever for us, but I think he's our future. I really do. First of all, Aubameyang I think it's going to take him a couple of weeks to a month to get over, if minimum, to get over what's transpired in his personal life, psychologically and physically. So I think he's going to do very well for us. From what I've seen so far, thus far, I haven't seen the games that he played for was it Southampton last year? I haven't seen, but apparently he was impressive for a lot of the games. So he's got Premier League experience. You can't say this is a new league for him. And if we give him service and if we gel, there's a lot of ifs there, I realize that. But Broja, and I would put Kai as a backup, as a rotation. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word. As a rotation. I'm not sold on Aubameyang. I'm really not. But he will be used. There's no doubt. I cannot see him, not being at least an alternative because of his CV. It's impressive. But, there comes a time when a player hits a wall based on physical, father time, mother time catching up with you. And I think that could be the case with him.
Chelsea is really the perfect stage for Graham Potter. And Armando Broja, in an era where Erling Haaland is clearly ripping up trees for Man City,
Isn't he?
Armando Broja is his watershed moment. This
Yes.
is the guy that will make Graham Potter. He's got to play him. You
Yes.
don't, these sort of opportunities don't happen often.
Ooh.
They don't happen often. He's got to play him, and I don't think Broja will let him down. I think Broja is a player that will get better and better and
Yes.
better.
He needs about 5-10 starts, you know. He needs
Yeah,
about 5-10
I think
consecutively. He needs time under his belt. He really does. He needs game time.
yeah, I think the most important thing will be that first goal. That first goal is what I'm waiting for.
The floodgates
first goals are always good.
Yeah. Sorry, Ty?
I'm saying the first goals are always special, especially for him. There's going to be a lot of emotion when that happens.
And he opens the floodgates, like Roger said. And here's it's kind of saying that those guys are really having a dig at me from one point to another. Thank you, Chelsea. Because Nightboard, I don't know where I made the mistake during the program, and it calls a man a queen. Okay, but that's by the way. Really like Aubameyang, but Broja deserves to start now. Especially now that Alba isn't, you could say he isn't fully ready. Maybe PTSD from that incident in his personal life, like Roger talked about. Again, I would love to see 2 up, 2, and the 2 of them will make a good pairing up there. But we'll still get to 2 up front. Tomorrow we'll start with a 4-3-3 structure. After that, we'll try with a 2 up front structure again. That's, by the way, here. What do we have here again? Alba, for me, Broja could learn from him. Again, you could argue had Broja started the game over Aubameyang against Salzburg, there's a chance he would have scored a goal, but you never know because it didn't happen. We should totally call back Lukaku, see him and start Broja. That's your argument. But eventually, even though I don't want us to call him back, we're stuck with him because I don't see Inter Milan opting to buy him. After all, there's no such thing as an obligation for them to buy him from us. It was with an option to buy. Maybe the owners wanted him to come back. But why do we, if Aubameyang starts firing in also a cylinder and gets about at least 15 goals and Broja gets like 10 goals, why do we need Lukaku again? He comes back, he will cause problem in the team because he still has what Ty calls the main guy syndrome or main man syndrome. Currently, Ty, was that you that called that term?
Who? Called who?
Were you the one that first talked about the main guy syndrome as the issue with Romelu Lukaku?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. So that's a big obstacle with Lukaku coming back to Chelsea. Like I said, assuming Alba gets us 15 goals, the key Broja gets like at least a 7 to 8, 9 goals. Why do we need him for? Lukaku comes back, he's going to become our problem. Again, chat is on fire today with the jokes. It's enjoyable. Again, we don't have to be serious all the time. I enjoy jokes quite well. Kuchila, it's not about an African seeing a man being in between the sticks. It's about what is best for us, Chelsea FC. But if you're really being objective here and talking about what's best for us, how well has Mendy done from the game? Yeah, but here's the thing: we Chelsea fans, we have such a short memory. He makes a 10 mistake in the game and makes 1 brilliant save, 2 brilliant saves. Forget about all the mistakes. And in most cases, he makes some mistakes. And we end up winning the game. We forget about the mistakes. That's how Chelsea fans operate. But I hope you understand, bro. Nothing against you. I know you know that. That Broja counter-attack was nice. Delicious. It was marvelous. It was scintillating. It was so sweet.
Sexy.
Sexy, yes. I had to rewind it to look at it again. Look at him, the pace, everything, the close control, the fact that he even looked up before putting in that cross shows you it's not about, he crossed with intent. He had a target in mind as he was putting the ball into the box. He's not one of those, just put it in there. Unfortunately, the guy that he got to didn't finish it. That's how good he is. This again, that shows you he should be starting. After that, I say again, I don't know how the manager will explain Broya not starting the next game. So looking at what we have in the chat, still 12 votes. 12 votes and 58% wants Aubameyang to start. 42. Like Roger, you know already. We can analyze from now till tomorrow. The chat will just do what they want. Because they have more, they're the majority here. If you ask, 12 votes and 58% wants Aubameyang to be the starting, again, number 9. Well, Broya will get his chance. What do you think?
No, sorry. What Bobby and Ty have said, ditto. That's it. Checkmate. I'm not so, especially for the next month or two. I know we have a World Cup coming up. But he's not ready to play, period. I'm talking about Aubameyang right now. And it's not his fault, poor chap, you know? He's a victim. We need to remember that. He's a victim of a serious crime, psychologically and physically, poor chap. You know?
It doesn't look like the managers are seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, no comment. You know? It's, so be it, you know? We live in a democracy, but that doesn't mean it's right. I start Broya every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Yeah, it makes sense. Again, me and Nightbot are going for a quick walk. Go and enjoy it. Yeah, enjoy it. Glenn, I cannot even respond to your comment. I can't either. And here the beautiful game says, Coach, you need to place Nightbot on the sanctions immediately. I think I have to. I think it's abusing its powers. So Bobby, I'm gonna come to you quickly before we call it a day. Your thoughts, and again, a majority. Okay, it's 50-50 now. So probably let me see if I get a tiebreaker. That again, I'm not sure where it's gonna end. Bobby, your thoughts on Bobby is gone, but
Bobby.
Yeah, he's gone probably. So he's at work. He joined us from work.
I know.
Yeah. So Roger, your thoughts again overall for the lineup here? It looks like the fan base, they don't have a place. They don't have a place for Christian Pulisic.
Yeah, as I said, under Sterling, I would have put Pulisic. You know, and I would have had Broya up top with Kai as an alternative, you know, as a backup. But that's the way it is. That's why I feel in this formation. That is, you know, I think the world of Kai. I really do, and I'm hoping that when all is said and done, that Potter's biggest project would be to turn around Pulisic's career, because I think he's got the potential, but we'll see. He may be sold in January. Who knows? You know. I think on paper, I look at this team. Look at it. Just read on this formation. Read how our upside is quite big. Quite big. I'm positive. I'm very positive with what we have going forward. I'm dying to see our next 10 games in the Premier League. Forget about the cup games. I'm talking about just the Premier League. I think it bodes well for us. I don't think I'm being that naive to say that. Obviously, we're going to get a new manager bounce too, but I'm taking that away. I'm taking that out of the equation. I'm just basically looking at what we have on paper and the skill sets, and the fact that they're young. Yes, I understand that. You know, Silva is long in the tooth, and Koulibaly is no spring chicken. But in that position, you need experience, and they're entering. Koulibaly's entering his prime. Silva, just a Rolls Royce of a player. Fofana will be learning from them defensively, whether Kepa or Mendy's in goal. Defensively looks good. Our team, to be really successful, depends heavily on one player, and that is Kante. We're a different team, you know, unless we play with a 3 in midfield to compensate. Because he's basically 2 players, or at least 1.5. So he's the key to unlocking our success. let's be realistic here, generally speaking, you know. And that's the way it's been. And I think if we can keep him healthy and use him judiciously, not just sparingly in games, but take him off after 60 to 70 minutes, if we can, because he gets most of his hamstring pulls when he's tired. It's after the 70th minute, you know, so that's a key factor too. I think we need to realize that. And even if we can't rely on him that heavily, if we use 3 in midfield, I think with certain formations and tweaks, and knowing Potter's ability to make in-game adjustments based on our roster, the depth we have, and the ability to use, and this is big, to the ability to use 5 substitutes, which is really unfair because it affords the advantage for big teams with depth in their squad, like a City, a Liverpool, a Chelsea, etc. It's not fair to the lower bottom 10 teams, and I feel that gives us an advantage, and it's wrong in that regard. But so be it, you know. Sorry to say it. So that gives us the luxury of utilizing our team more judiciously and better and more efficiently. So that's great. With that rule being implemented, I think that gives us an advantage also. So I think the future's bright, but I want to see the next 10 games. I can't wait to see what we do. I really can't. Even though I'm still saddened that we've lost Tuchel. I think it's unanimous across the board that the decision to hire Potter, the general consensus is it's a small risk based on his lack of experience in the big time, you know, especially in the European Cups. But I think everyone has applauded this decision. He's held in high regard across the board. So, you know, that's my 2 cents.
Yep. Again, thank you very much for that. I sincerely do appreciate that. And here again, Glenn says we have depth, which is going to help us in the long run. Arsenal or Spurs have nothing like that. They don't.
Yeah.
Again, you can say we have a 2-11 that's capable of making it. 2-11s, you know, that are capable of making it to the to the top 4. Just truly an entertainer again, and enjoyable again if you pay attention to all it's doing. Again, thank you very much, guys. It's been a brilliant show, and I'm sure again you don't have any other questions. If I see any, I will address it again. Sorry.
It's been a pleasure, Coach. Great.
Yeah, it's been more thanks to you for finding time to join. Again, you don't earn anything from doing that. It's just your love for the club, your support. Nightbot needs its own channel. It's got man syndrome. You can very flirty sometimes. At first, the argument was that it was so feisty. It was so bad-mouthed. I had to change things around, and now the complaint is that at first then they started complaining that it was so flirty. Now it's just mixing people's names up and all that. Again, but that's, by the way, I cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you to Glenn. Thank you to all the mods for helping keep things civil in the chat. Thank you to, again, the beautiful game, my brother and friend. Thank you to Jos Viola. And quickly, I wanted to share something here. How did I miss it? I wanted to ask you, I think Liam Lane shared this with me. What is this? Is this a karate or is this a football match?
Yeah, no, I've seen the replays on it, Coach. Yeah, that picture, you know, it was going for the ball, you know. It's what am I going to say?
So the intent wasn't to kick. No, that's Grealish, no. I'm thinking.
Yeah, that is Grealish, and it was a red card. He you know, it's a fast-paced game, you know. So that picture doesn't do him. It looks bad. It looks really bad. But it looks
bad. It looks as if he's going to hurt the guy.
No, but that wasn't the case. He was going for the ball. It's as simple as that. So, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So, okay. So thank you guys. With that, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to It's Kami. Thank you to Liam Lane. Again, thank you to Glenn. It's Kami. I said thank you to you. Thank you to the Blue Tippy Game. And thank you to Just Viola. Again, who else was here? All the people in the chat, Atman of Football TV, thank you so much for finding the time to join. Liam Lane himself, where's his name? I can't find it. DJ Sa, thank you for joining. Thank you to Chelsea Blue. Thank you to Potosexual. And thank you to Liam Lane for finding the time to join the conversation. Thank you to Santiago Munoz, all the people that joined us today. Again, it's been a brilliant and enjoyable show. I hope to see you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye. you.